Hello, one and all. Good afternoon, good morning, evening, whatever time it is. Good to see you all, fine people of the internet. Here we are
Hello.
again.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep.
Hi.
We're all stretched out, all prepared, ready to run into this route with full aplomb. So, but before we do that, first of all, introductions. I'll start us off. So first, I am Cliff McConaire, musician, one-star general, and KATAWA SHOUJO fanboy. Hence why I made a whole project of this for 10 years of this game. It saved my life, it changed a lot of my opinions on everything, really, so had to pay tribute to it somehow. So, next up.
Is it me?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Yisha. I'm voicing Hisao again.
Yep.
You might have seen me in my prior roles as Hisao, and also as Hisao. I'm a part-time hero, full-time dummy, and I hope you guys are gonna have a good time.
I'm sure we will. I'm putting this poor dude through the ringer, but if he wasn't prepared, he wouldn't have said yes, right?
Right.
Right.
Oh, good way to think about it.
Yep.
Oh, I
Anyway.
guess it's my turn.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Callie Calico, the Callie Calico Show over at calliecalico.tv or something. .tv/Callie Calico. I'm playing Emmy. I prepared by eating unhealthy this whole week.
She would.
Isn't that the opposite of Emmy?
It's fine. It's fine. This way, I'll be like, oh, I'll act extra hard to make up for it.
Of course.
The only reason, I really gotta sell it now. I'm like, oh, they're gonna hear the French fries in my voice if I don't do well.
French fries in your voice.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I guess trust the process. Trust the process.
Now I'll have to give it 210%.
Yes, she would approve of that if nothing else.
Also, there's cats here. I brought my cats, Cliff. I'm sorry. So if y'all hear rustling and banging, there's not ghosts or like people breaking in. It's just the cats have zoomies.
I'm sure nobody will mind, right? We all love
I
that.
just like to let people know ahead of time in case there's like crashing and clattering and me going, oh my gosh, stop, behave.
Of course.
Or if somebody's allergic to cats, but I don't think anyone's allergic to cats.
I've got an EpiPen here. It's fine.
That'd be pretty impressive if they caught symptoms from a computer screen, but...
Oh, trust me, it's fine. The technology's been, increasing. It's amazing what we can do now.
You don't know, man. People get
smell-o-vision.
Yeah, exactly.
I was about to say, stranger things have happened. Anyways, next up.
I am Toma Keys, Liminal Space Monkey Extraordinaire. I live in a mall, and I will be playing the part of Ren. I got into character by doing art.
Of course. She streamed right before this, and that impressed me a lot.
I'm gonna continue streaming today because I also have something later.
Right, I was about to mention, I'm gonna say this in private, but yes.
Make sure you stand up from time to time, Toma.
Yes,
Right.
of course.
You stretch your legs.
Of course.
Yep.
I'm missing arms right now, not my legs.
Yes. Anyways, last up.
All right. I am Professor Bloom. I am a teacher VTuber that does a lot of singing, and today I am playing the part of the school nurse. So I got into character by being a teacher and actually by tending my own wound earlier from a scratch from my cat who is currently on my lap and hitting buttons on my keyboard. Let me make sure I didn't leave. Okay, there we go.
Yep.
So I'm very excited for this.
Oh, so
Wasn't
are we.
able to attend the last one.
Right, so for those of you who remember the very first stream, I unfortunately had to resort to using pre-recorded lines for the nurse, but this time he made it, which is good because this is easily the route he has the biggest role in, so had to have him on.
Oh.
Same story for Rin as well, of course.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I'm also going to warn everybody ahead of time. There was one particular meme that we probably all know this particular route for, but unfortunately, we'll be skipping that entire scene. So if that's all you were here for, I'm sorry. Can't.
That's what you're here for. Go play the game.
Yeah.
Go play the game.
Yeah.
Either that or keep an eye out for the super secret fucking Picarto stream where we do all the scenes we skipped doing this on Twitch.
Oh, are we doing that?
I don't know, I'm just joking. But
You
anyway,
know?
if there's enough requests for it, maybe. Possibly. But don't hold your breath.
Yeah, you'll have to give each of us 10 gift subs, everybody.
Right, of course. Yep.
The
You want it?
definition of pay me.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're doing that shit. We're paywalling it.
Yeah, we're gonna put that behind a paywall.
Yeah.
You want to hear us make noises with our mouths and stuff?
To say,
10 gift subs.
yeah.
Oh, our mouths. Okay, yeah.
Yep. To say nothing of the fact that there are probably several cast members who would be unwilling otherwise.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
unwilling even with the extra money, so
I mean, it's just a matter of how much is your dignity worth?
Yeah, exactly. If you decide to
Dignity.
slap me in the face with a wad
What's
of
that?
cash, then
of course.
dignity's out the door when I get slapped with like a giant wad of cash.
The wad
Yep.
of 1,000 yen bills.
Every
Oh no!
every-
Please don't do this.
every man has their price.
Yep.
Anyways,
I
that's
mean,
enough.
I will also take a meeting with Galgura. If you can set
Ah.
that one up, I'll do whatever.
That'd be a fantastic incentive. I
Yeah.
can think
Oh
of that.
man, can I come? That's my hollow Oshi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same hat. Hell yeah.
Anyways, that's enough banter. We should probably actually start the reading, huh?
Sure.
Alright. I forget which one of these files. Oh yeah, that's this one. I set up for one round ahead of time, but I couldn't remember which. Anyways, we'll be starting from the very last scene of Act 1 where we set up. We'll be starting from the festival. And it's out Emi's first, real date, I guess. Anyways,
Okay.
gonna skip a bit of dialogue because we've read this before in different routes.
Speedrun any percent. Let's go.
Yep.
There he is. There's our boy.
Yep,
There he
our
is.
boy, played by the wonderful Halbernock, as per usual. Not that he's here, but he's with us in spirit.
Always with us in spirit.
Yep. The, spirit of manhood. True masculinity. Okay, yep. Let's see, which folder is it in? There we go.
What are you gonna do? We should hang out here. You can help me build my fort. We might still make it if we work together.
Gotta
So-
love this music.
yep, his theme. Anyways,
It's perfect for him.
first one was a bit quiet, so let me try it again.
What are you gonna do? We should hang out here. You can help me build my fort. We might still make it if we work together.
That should be better, right? Let viewers let me know. But anyways. First line to the hero.
Alright. I wonder. I'm kind of hungry, but I made this deal that I try to take better care of myself, be healthier, you know? I don't know if I should steer clear of the takoyaki or head straight in.
Deal? Sounds ominous. So what are you getting in return?
Nothing, I guess. It's not that kind of deal. You know, Emmy, from our year, we kind of agreed to watch each other's backs and...
The shrill scream and the expression of abject terror in Kenji's face chill my blood. It's stuff I told a Catholic priest I sold my soul to the devil.
Her? You sold your soul to the devil and you didn't get anything in return? What the hell is wrong with you, man? Do you know what you're dealing with? She's a public health danger. Do you know how people she tries to send to the hospital monthly with her carefully placed flying tackles? She's one of them. A key player in the vast conspiracy that aims for the complete subjugation of everything that is manly. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I trusted you in your judgment, man. I thought we were brothers. You have to call off before it's too late. The festival, too. It's just one of her plays.
He fingers his scarf nervously, faster and faster like he's trying to start a fire, then slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course.
I'm going to have to find some safe place to hide in. A safe haven. And then knock the lights out of myself so I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival.
Okay.
Later, dude.
The door slowly closes with a low creak, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said. It's kind of unsettling, and now I start to feel doubtful myself. Should I bother going? I've got a book I've been meaning to read. Something about an underground postal system that may or may not exist. It's short, too. I could have finished it in a day. But would that be a good way to spend my time? Well, yeah, it definitely would be. But I suppose it would probably be a better idea to head outside. See the festival. Try to integrate with all the other sideshow acts. Honestly, I should at least attempt to keep up the somewhat friendly personality I've had in the past week. Maybe get something to eat, my stomach suggests. It's almost lunchtime. I can at least grab something from one of the stalls outside. I'm soon outside, surrounded by various students and people who may or may not be their parents. Every so often I catch a glimpse of someone who clearly just came up from town for the promise of a festival. They're easy to spot. The ones who can't stop staring, and behind their eyes you can tell they're thinking, "Now what's wrong with this one?" I almost want to yell at them. But at the same time, cannot deny that I've been doing the same thing all week. A wave of something like disgust sweeps over me, guilt for my own narrow-mindedness. I push the thoughts aside, concentrating on the pangs of hunger that burn my guts like a wildfire. The scent of something fried leads me to the promised land where I can get some lunch. I'm just getting my order when a loud voice interrupts me.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Having break or lunch?
Breakfast? You mean you just got up?
Suddenly, sleeping all morning feels like a crime.
No, I meant lunch. Honest.
She is not buying it.
Brunch?
That's not a healthy breakfast at all.
She snatches my food out of my hand and glares at me. What the hell is this girl doing?
Hey, that's my breakfast.
What happened to it being your lunch?
That's my... whatever. It's my food.
Amy places her hands on her hips and begins lecturing me.
Did you really forget your dietary plan already? You need to be more conscious of your healthy, Sal. What about your heart?
My heart's fine the way it is. Mostly.
All I get in response is a roll of the eyes.
I doubt that. You wouldn't be here if it was the case, would you?
This girl's got a point, of course. But I'm not about to concede it.
Not that bad of a heart. Certainly can handle a little grease now and again.
Yeah, sure, and a little running just fine, too. Amy seems unconvinced. Not surprising, as I haven't even managed to convince myself.
Maybe, but not if you're sleeping the day away all the time.
A devious look suddenly crosses her face.
Of course, if you'd been following a routine from the beginning, you wouldn't be in this situation.
Hey, I've had a pretty eventful week, you know. For example, I almost died, and there's a lot of meeting people, and then I was on a roof for a while.
Which is no excuse for slacking off, you know. A little near-death experience is no excuse for skipping basic exercise. Like running in the mornings.
She nods as if something important has just been decided.
So it's settled then. You've seen the error of your ways and are willing to adhere to my routine, right? I'll see you bright and early in the morning. We'll be running buddies.
You know, you already convinced me yesterday that this was a good idea. You don't need to convince me again.
Not that I did a good job of being convinced. She's right about eating healthy after all, and here I am ordering up something grossly unhealthy. But delicious. There are more important things than deliciousness, aren't there? Like, staying alive? If Emmy weren't here browbeating me for my poor decisions, I'd probably... Hey, wait a second. A sudden question springs to mind.
Why the hell have you taken such an interest in my well-being?
Emmy shrugs and grins at me.
You're the new guy. I figure you don't have any friends yet, right? Besides, I've caused you trouble all week, right? I owe you for not getting angry. And I told the nurse... And I told the nurse I would anyway.
Crazy little running girl wants to make me healthy. Well, I suppose there's worse fates.
Okay, that sounds fine. Thanks for your concern. Tomorrow morning, then?
I figured that ends the conversation, so I turn to leave.
Not so fast.
I feel a hand on my collar, and in a second, I've been yanked backwards.
Hey, no need to be so rough. What do you want now?
Emmy looks almost wounded by my annoyed question.
I thought you could use the company.
Her eyes narrow.
Besides, you were just gonna try sneaking some more of that fried crap, weren't you?
Well, I wasn't going to, but now that you mentioned it, that would have been a really good idea.
Was not.
Another glare.
Okay, maybe I was going to get a little...
The glare continues.
Okay, a lot.
Jesus, I'm a danger to myself and others, aren't I? I get on agreeing that I need to be healthier and then immediately start considering the next unhealthy habit that comes my way.
I knew it. You can't be trusted. Now I definitely have to stick with you.
This whole situation feels silly. I can only imagine what passerby think of the sight of me being lectured by a tiny girl half my size. Maybe I should just give up for now.
Fine. Do what you like.
I sigh. Might as well make the best of this.
What do you want to do?
Emmy thinks for a minute.
Well, I promised Rin I'd stop by her mural. So let's do that.
I confess I'm slightly curious as to how her mural turned out myself, so... Again, I consider that there are worse fates. I give a nod of assent and find myself almost dragged bodily through the crowd as Emmy races to our destination. By the time we reach the dorms, I can feel my heart pounding. My heart shouldn't be pounding after just that. I take a few deep breaths, willing myself to calm down. I'm one of the most normal-looking people in the school, but I still have to be here. Sometimes I almost wish I'd lost a hand or something. At least then it'd be obvious that I belong. But instead, I don't even look sick. Even now, trying to catch my breath, I just look out of shape. Emmy looks back and notices my state of distress.
You're not gonna die on me, are you? Please don't. It'll be all my fault, and I don't want to deal with that kind of guilt. Besides, after the last time, I really don't think I need to see that again, especially because the nurse will totally say it's all my fault.
No, I'm fine. Guess I need to start running after all.
And you want to keep eating your greasy whatever it was. See? It's a good thing I found you, right?
Yes, it was.
Maybe.
Of course, I don't add that I wouldn't be in the city if she hadn't dragged me across the festival grounds. Further conversation is interrupted by the sudden appearance of Rin.
Oh, it's you. Hello, Emmy.
Hey, Rin. I brought Hisao along because he was going to give himself a heart attack.
I was not.
My objection goes unnoticed.
We stopped by to see how the mural turned out.
Rin nods slowly.
Well, it's right there. You can see it pretty clearly.
I found myself wondering how long Rin's been standing here in front of the mural. Has anybody even stopped by to look at it? Are we The first ones? Obviously we're not the first to see it, of course. I mean, it's pretty big. You'd be hard-pressed not to see it. At the same time, I don't think anyone's actually talked to Rin about it. Anyone but us, that is. I feel compelled to say something.
It looks pretty good.
I'm still not happy with how it turned out. But I guess it'll do.
She seems almost resigned to it. I'm not sure what she expected as a result, but I guess she didn't quite get there. We stand in front of the mural, taking it all in. I try my best to concentrate on the composition of the thing. It's really interesting. The colors swoop and blend together, dragging me along with them. There's a dreamlike quality to the whole thing that makes me feel almost sleepy. I tried hunting out some of the colors I may not grab for her. Try as I might, I can't see any Prussian blue. Oh well, I'm sure it's in there somewhere. My feet start to hurt, but Rin doesn't seem inclined to move on. Emmy speaks up.
Hey, Rin, have you eaten?
Of course, you can't survive otherwise.
What about in the past 5 hours?
Maybe. But I'm hungry again, so that means I'm wrong. Maybe.
Emmy grins and claps her hands together.
Well, good. Come get some food with us.
Rin nods in assent.
Okay. But we should hurry before they notice I'm gone.
Somehow I don't think they'd care. Whoever they are. As we head back to the food stalls, I cast a longing eye over the fried food. No, I better not. I'm pretty sure Emmy won't let me anyways. We find a nice spot on the grass and sit down to eat our purchases. Well, my purchases anyway. Somehow I've wound up paying for all the food. Surprisingly, my unfried food is pretty good. Silence falls as Emmy and I eat, and Rin stares at something or other, occasionally eating a bite or two of her food. I finish my fill first and lay back on the grass. Emmy glances up from her food.
Tired, Hisao?
Little, I guess.
Well, don't oversleep or don't oversleep or anything tomorrow morning. We start our morning runs, remember?
Actually, that slipped my mind. I was actually just enjoying myself. Wandering around the festival with these two has actually been fun.
Yeah, I'll set an alarm.
You better be there. I'll get angry if you aren't.
God forbid.
I don't think God comes into it. Unless there's some kind of freak accident and your alarm clock shorts out. That might be a random act of God.
Well, don't cause any random acts of God then.
A plan forms itself in my mind. It's a plan that makes you feel kind of guilty, but I throw it into execution anyway. Damn it, I've earned a little fried food. And anyway, I'm going to start running tomorrow, right? So the actual routine all starts then, not now. Ergo, the dietary portions are tomorrow too. Ergo, I can have something unhealthy today. A sort of final farewell to all the stuff I used to eat with Wild Abanion before the hospital.
Actually, I suppose I should head back to my room. I had some homework to do, and if I'm going to run in the morning, I should make it an early night.
Those narrowed eyes again.
You're sure you're not just gonna sneak off and buy some of that fried stuff over there?
No, I'm too full to bother now.
I pat my stomach for emphasis.
Besides, you two cleaned me out anyway.
Emmy giggles. It's a surprisingly pleasant sound. Another pang of guilt. She's gotta know that I'm lying to her, doesn't she? Or is she just that trusting? I feel kinda like a monster.
All part of my master plan, Hisao. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow morning then. Thanks thanks for the food and for keeping us company.
And here I thought she was doing me a favor. Ren nods in agreement.
I won't say see you tomorrow because that would be like predicting the future. And I'm pretty sure I can't do that.
Okay. Bye, you two.
I feel oddly glad that I decided to leave my room today. Not a bad way to start my second week here, I suppose. Once I'm sure I'm out of his line of sight, I'd make a beeline for the food stands and buy some cake. At least it's not fried, right? That's slightly better than what I was planning to do. I still feel a little bad about lying to Emmy, though. She really does seem concerned about my health. I'll make it up to her somehow. Better head back to my room. Hey, I do have work to do. My book waits for me, and I flop onto my bed and read through the fireworks display. Eventually, all the walking around, or more accurately, running around, catches up with me. I really am out of shape. Emma dragging me out in the morning to run might just be a good thing after all. It's something to look forward to. Opening cutscene.
His arms are so long.
Yeah. The emphasis was clearly put elsewhere in this cutscene.
Oh, little baby can't run.
God bless bloomers.
I'm surprised Hisao was strong enough to just hold her up like that.
Yeah.
Probably
He's-
only
he's-
weighs like 60 pounds.
Yeah, but Hisao's a little
Yeah.
bitch.
She can't weigh much.
Hisao's
Yeah.
a little punk is what I'm saying.
You're a punk.
No, you.
My alarm's beeping shatters the early morning quiet, and I find myself wondering where to find the motivation to rise. Class is still quite far off, but I agreed to run with Emmy in the mornings. Really, I'm not that interested in running as a hobby or even as a possible life-lengthening exercise. However, I feel obligated to follow through on my promise to Emmy yesterday, which is why I find myself throwing on some running shorts and a light t-shirt. The cool morning air caresses my face as the first morning sunshine causes the dew on the grass to sparkle, nearly blinding me at first. As I make my way down the track, an ugly thought strikes me. What if this is some sort of joke Emmy's playing on me? Would that surprise me, really? Hell, I'd probably do it to the new guy, too. At the very least, I'm sure Emmy and Rin made a bet on whether or not I'd actually show up. I feel a sense of trepidation as the track comes into view.
You're late!
It would seem that Emmy is already there. What a relief.
Not according to my watch. We're both early, in fact.
Damn, you got me there.
Emmy's sitting on the bleachers, decked out in her running gear, waiting somewhat patiently for me.
I'm glad you're actually here. I was afraid that this was a joke or something.
Nah, I'd never make someone get up early for nothing. Plus, Rin owes me 500 yen now. She didn't think you'd actually show up.
I knew it. Nice to know Emmy was on my side, at least. Emmy hops off the bleachers and begins stretching out. She's remarkably lithe, almost like a dancer. I set out to stretch as well, but then realized that I don't exactly remember how to stretch properly. It's been ages since I stretched for anything, if you don't count my one stint at running last week. And even then, I don't think I actually stretched beforehand. The specter of my long hospital stay rise up again. Can't say I was all that active before the hospital stay, though maybe I'm just being morose. Emma giggles as she watches me stretch out.
No, Hisao. You've got to hold it for longer than that.
Trying. Kinda hurts a little.
Ha! That's because you're out of shape. You've got to get some flexibility in you, like this.
To demonstrate, Emmy reaches down and puts her head through her legs. God bless you, Emmy.
I see. Is that the sort of thing I should strive for?
Of course. Flexibility is important for any runner. You'll be able to go faster the more you stretch out.
That makes no sense to me, but Emmy seems to believe it's true. With Emmy's help, I managed to stretch myself out properly. I can't help but notice that when she thinks about how to explain things to me, her mouth scrunches up in concentration. It's adorable.
Not bad, Sal. Come on, we better start running. We'll just start off with a mile, okay? That's 4 laps around the track. Got it?
Sounds fine to me.
This shouldn't be too hard, right? A hazy memory of running a mile for gym class surfaces in my mind. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Emmy sets a pretty good pace, and I fall in behind her.
Try to keep up, okay, Sal?
Roger.
We round the first curve without incident, though I can already feel my heart rate increasing slightly. By the second curve, I've started to breathe through my mouth. Emmy doesn't even seem to be breaking a sweat. As if to punctuate her superiority, she turns around and starts running backwards.
Are you doing okay, Sal?
Never better.
Oh, really? Maybe I should speed up then,
Oh, no. Wouldn't want you to overexert yourself.
My heavy panting and wheezing makes the statement less convincing than I'd hoped. Emmy simply smiles and turns around again.
You're the boss, Sal. We'll stay at this pace.
I get the feeling that I'm being mocked. If I weren't in such terrible shape, I'd probably feel offended. By the third lap, my breath is coming in ragged gasps. I'm also all wash in sweat. Gross. We run the curve to start our fourth lap, and Emmy looks back at me with a grin.
Here we go. Meow.
She takes off at a blinding speed while I stubbornly stick to my slower pace. By the time I get to the first turn, she's already rounding the second. As I struggle across the backstretch, Emmy continues running and catches up to me.
Come on, Hisao. You can do it.
I'd answer her, but I'm too focused on getting air into my lungs and ignoring the burning in my legs, muscles. Part of me wants to say something like, maybe you can, but I'm about to die here. But then again, I doubt I can actually form words right now. Emmy keeps pace with me as I round the second turn and cross the finish line. Her sprint seems to have gotten her sweating. It's actually caused her shirt to turn slightly translucent. It seems she wears a black sports bra. I feel a vague stab of guilt for being the sort of guy who stares at a girl's chest, but my legs and chest are burning so badly I can't bring myself to care it that much.
Not bad for a first effort, Hisao.
Kind of you to say so.
Emmy seems to be, if not running out of breath, at least breathing a little more heavily than she was before we started running. Must have been the sprint that did it.
Hey, I've got to get a few sprints in. You should walk around the track to cool down. Then we can stretch out and we'll be all done, okay?
Sounds great.
My legs are on fire and my breathing is still heavy, but surprisingly, my heart seems to be taking the strain well. Another triumph of medical science, I suppose.
You should put your hands behind your head. It makes it easier to catch your breath.
Surprisingly, she's right. I begin to stroll around the track, happy to feel my breath coming back to me. There's a blur as Emmy sprints by me. Watching her running is absolutely fascinating. It's not just because she's on prosthetics, though. That is interesting. The really interesting thing is the way her face changes. I only catch glimpses of it as she runs by, but her eyes seem to come alive with a sort of fierce joy. It's as if there's nothing else in the world but her on the track. By the time I've gotten to the final stretch, Emmy seems to have finished her sprinting. She's breathing heavily now, but she's wearing a satisfied grin on her face. She waves to me cheerily as I near her.
Feeling better, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to take another lap around with me? I've got to cool down too, you know.
Part of me would rather sit down and not move, but something tells me that'd be a bad idea. Besides, if I sit down, there may be no getting back up again.
Sure, why not?
Emmy's got her hands behind her head now as well, which makes her seem very relaxed. The positioning of her arms also pulls her shirt upwards ever so slightly that I can see a small strip of her belly.
Tummy.
I do my best to act the gentleman and not look, but the contrast of her skin against her red running shorts is rather arresting.
So, how do you feel, Hisao?
Surprisingly good, actually. I'm sore and tired, but surprisingly good.
As soon as I say it, I realize that it's true. Sure, part of me wants to lay down and die, but I feel like I've accomplished something. It's almost like a glow throughout my body that persists despite the soreness. Fuck.
Yeah, that's the runner's high.
Runner's high?
Yeah, it has something to do with adrenaline.
Emmy thinks for a moment as we walk, trying to remember. Then she shrugs and grins at me.
I don't actually remember. It's a good feeling, though, isn't it? Better than sex, right?
I open my mouth to respond shortly before processing what the hell she just said. Emmy watches my face for a few moments before bursting into laughter.
I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. You're just too easy.
Why did I agree to run with you again?
Emmy just laughs harder. She takes a hold of my forearm and tilts it, allowing her to get a better view of my watch. Her face changes the moment she sees the time.
Oh no! We better get a move on, Hisao. Class is in an hour and I still need to shower.
I should probably do that as well.
I need to see the nurse too. Maybe he'll write me a note for being late.
Why do you need to see the nurse?
Emmy points to her prosthetics as if that would explain everything.
It's important to check for irritation. You know, from sweat or friction or anything. Normally I only go after practice, but if we're going to be doing these morning runs, then I guess I need to see him twice a day.
Wait, so Emmy's only started doing this run since I showed up?
If it's more convenient for you to run with me at a later time...
Don't be silly. I've been meaning to start running in the morning for a while now. But if I didn't have a partner to run with, I'd be less likely to keep up a routine. It's always harder to blow off a commitment if you're going to let someone else down, you know? So you'll be my running partner for the mornings. We both need the exercise. We both need the exercise, so it all works out, don't you think?
Yeah, perfect.
Did it have to be me, though? Well, I guess I can't complain too much. Emmy's pretty fun to hang out with. And she's right, I do need the exercise. Doctor's orders, even. Emmy waves a quick goodbye to me.
Right, I'm off. Come have lunch with us, okay?
What?
Lunch! You know, the meal? In the middle of the day? Come have it with us.
Where?
The rooftop. Rin likes it up there.
When?
Lunchtime? When else? That was a silly question.
Yeah, but I sort of felt the need to ask all three for completeness' sake.
Emmy laughs and grins. I don't think I've ever seen a girl smile so much before.
Not bad, Hisao. See ya.
With that, she takes off like a shot for the school building. I guess she's gonna see the nurse first. I hurry back to my room and hop in the shower, only to find the water takes a while to heat up. The shock of the cold water nearly kills me. Hate when that shit happens. I managed to warm the water a bit and spend some quality time feeling my muscles loosen. My heart surprisingly feels the least bothered by the run. I suppose that's a good thing, even if it does make me feel like a bit of a wuss. I mean, I'd at least have an excuse beyond I'm out of shape if my heart were bothering me. Guess I'll have to keep this running thing up, otherwise I'm sure Emmy won't let me hear the end of it. It's only after I get out and dry myself off that I realize I've only got 10 minutes left to put on my clothes and get to class. Shit. The hands on the clock finally set me free from the tedium of yet another fun-filled class. Getting up from my seat proves to be more of a problem than I anticipated. My legs are killing me from a morning's run. Maybe doing these with Emmy isn't such a hot idea after all. Still, the run's giving me a hell of an appetite. I'm halfway down the hallway to the cafeteria when I remember that I've got my lunch with me. My parents saw fit to provide me with some pre-packaged stuff when I moved in, and a good thing, too. The hallway's packed with students headed for the cafeteria. Going back is like swimming upstream, but I've got an appointment to keep on the rooftop. It takes me a moment to find the staircase leading up to the rooftop, but I'm willing to bet that Emmy and Rin aren't up there by now anyway. In fact, I think I saw Emmy among the bodies in the hallway headed for the cafeteria. I step out of the door to the roof and take a deep breath. The fresh air blowing against my face and body almost makes my legs hurt less.
Maybe if I'm upside down.
Part of me wants to be surprised that Ren's already up here.
What's that going to accomplish?
Things in the clouds.
Can you just look at them right side up?
Ren rolls her eyes in something approaching exasperation.
Then I wouldn't get a new perspective.
Is upside down really a new perspective?
Aha, that caught her off guard. Ren looks pensive.
You may have a point. Maybe sideways.
As Ren lays down on the bench to look at the sky, I give up. Fortunately, Emma chooses that moment to burst through the door carrying 2 bags. She nearly takes off the door hinges.
Sorry it took me so long. There were a ton of people in line.
She drops the first bag in front of Rin and takes a seat on the bench next to her.
You buy Rin's lunch for her?
Sometimes, yeah. I'd have Rin buy my lunch for me in return. I'm not sure how she'd carry it.
Plus, I'd never buy her lunch.
If Rin's offended by Emmy's comment, she doesn't show it. Emmy sniffs.
How ungrateful of you.
I'm not sure whether the two are joking with one another or if I'm witnessing the beginnings of a cat fight. The two girls stare at one another for a few tense moments before breaking into smiles.
Hey, Emmy, do you think being upside down is a new perspective on things?
Didn't I already have this conversation? Emmy looks thoughtful, apparently giving the question some thought. After a deep and profound pause, she speaks.
I have no idea.
Well, at least she's as lost as I am.
Hey, Hisao, you're coming to the track meet, right?
The question comes out of the blue and catches me off guard.
I don't know yet.
Honestly, Hisao, after I went through all the trouble of letting you run with me in the morning, you won't even show up to my track meet?
Wasn't she the one who asked me to run with her? Actually, she didn't even give me a choice in the matter.
Wait, no, I didn't say that.
She beams at me if I just agreed to give her $1 million.
So you will come after all. That's great.
I didn't say that either.
I'll be going too, so I'll make sure he comes, Emmy.
Good idea, Rin. Maybe we can get some food or something after the meet's over.
I feel like I've just been conned, but not by these two. More like by some outside force, pushing me irrevocably towards my destiny. Or maybe I shouldn't read books that feature conspiracy theories so heavily. Or otherwise I might wind up sounding like Kenji. Still, I suppose that I've got to show up now. I don't think that I could stand against both of them being disappointed. I'd never hear the end of it.
When is it again?
Next week, silly. I just told you a few days ago.
No, you didn't.
I forgot? Well, you won't forget. Well, you won't forget to come, though, will you?
Of course I won't. I'll even make a note of it on my calendar or something.
Ren nods sagely.
That's probably a good idea, you know? Unless time changes its course.
It can do that?
Ren gives a non-committal shrug.
It hasn't yet, but you never know.
This time it's Emmy who gives a shrug.
I suppose it can't be helped if it happens.
Not unless you're a time traveler or something.
You don't actually think that could happen, do you?
I don't think we do. Do we?
Ren shrugs again. That seems to be your default response to everything.
I suppose not. But I reserve the right to change my opinion at a moment's notice.
For Ren, this statement makes a disturbing amount of sense. The fact that I realize this now frightens me a bit. I wonder if Emmy gets this feeling all the time. If she does, she's not showing it though. Emmy merely nods.
As expected.
What's that supposed to mean?
This time it's Emmy who shrugs. It's like she's using Ren's own weapons against her.
Your response is the sort of thing I expect from you. That's all.
Am I really that predictable?
Emmy's smile seems to border on gloating.
Nah, it's just that your unpredictability is pretty predictable.
Well, that's alright then.
I don't get the chance to see whether Ren's being serious or not as the bell rings. I didn't notice the lunch period slipping by at all. Hanging out with these two was far too interesting. Emmy jumps up, a look of panic on her face.
Oh no! I need to stop by my room to pick up my notebook for the next class!
Don't you wish you had a time machine now?
Ren seems rather smug as she delivers this line, like she just won an argument. Emmy ignores Ren's comment.
Sorry, Hisao, but could you make sure our garbage gets thrown away? I usually clean up myself, but I've got to run.
Sure, no problem.
Emmy darts away with an urgency I'm starting to expect from her. I don't bother asking Rin why she couldn't help. She already seems to be preoccupied with something else entirely as she walks off. She's probably used to Emmy taking care of cleanup, and for some reason I doubt Emmy has ever raised the issue with her. Cleaning up from lunch doesn't take long, so I have plenty of time to toss her garbage and get to class. Mesa greets me with a wave and a devious grin as I walk through the door. There it is.
Didn't see you in the cafeteria, Hee-chan.
Shit, was that loud enough?
Didn't see you in the cafeteria, Hee-chan.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, I decided it was too crowded there. Huh?
Mesa's grin gets even wider.
Oh, really? Are you sure you weren't participating in an illicit rendezvous?
Well, that's loud enough. That's about as loud as I can put her now.
What are you talking about?
You were on the roof, right? With both Rin and Emmy, no less. You Casanova, you.
We just had lunch, that's all.
Mesa bursts into laughter, drawing the attention of several of my classmates.
You're so adorable when you blush like that, Hee-chan.
She gives me a conspiratorial wink.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
There's no secret.
Oh,
Mesa seems disappointed and then brightens up again.
Time will tell.
I don't know what the hell she's talking about, but blessedly our teacher comes in and the class starts. Another day of class finally dragged itself to a close. Unexpectedly, I managed to stay awake for the whole day. I'm pretty sure that counts as a miracle. My legs seem unwilling to stand up for a moment. I guess the run took a lot out of me. I head down the hallway and make my way to my room. I sit down and half-heartedly chip away at my homework for a while, feeling like a vulture picking at a particularly unsavory carcass. It knows this is what it eats, but it's not sure that it shouldn't be ordering takeout instead. I don't think I can take this, but it's important to get my work done.
Now, let's see. What was I supposed to be looking over again?
I know it's a losing battle, but I fight it anyway. After doing my math homework, I put my pencil down. This isn't working. I need a distraction. Unfortunately, my options for distractions are rather slim. I'm not in the mood to read right now. Kenji is unusually out of his room at the moment. If I go to the student council room, I'll just end up doing work for those two. And heaven only knows where everyone else is, except for... Well, I suppose that's an option. I grab my shoes and head for the track. Emmy's probably down there. Track practice is just ending as I arrive at the track. The sun's beginning to dip low in the sky. Has it really gotten that late already?
What are you doing down here, Hisao? Come to spy on me, have you?
I give a shrug. To be honest, I'm not sure why I'm down here.
I didn't have anything better to do.
I figure that's about right. At the moment, Timmy's the only person I can think of who can visit.
So I'm your last resort, am I? Nobody cool around, so I'll just go see Emmy. Is that what you thought?
She actually looks angry. A chance for some teasing on my own presents itself.
Actually, yeah. I guess you are.
Emmy pouts, winding her eyes to give the maximum amount of puppy dog resemblance.
Kidding! I was kidding.
So you are down here to stalk me.
Wait, what?
That's not what I meant. Why would I stalk you anyway? It's not like you require stalking. If you're not asleep or in class, you're down here, right?
Emmy laughs at this comment.
Well, you're not all wrong, I suppose. But you forgot about eating. I do that too, you know.
I nod, conceding the point.
Plus, I hang out with Rin sometimes too. So I really... Oh, So really, I might take some effort to stalk.
What do you...
What do you two do together anyway? You don't seem to have a lot in common.
Only lasted an hour this time. Fuck me. She puts her hands on her hips and assumes a superior air.
That's what you think. I've got all sorts of hidden hobbies, you know.
Oh, really? Like what?
Emmy puts her head to one side as if she's trying to remember what it is she does in her free time.
Well, Rin and I go out shopping sometimes.
I guess that makes sense. Emmy's a girl after all, but... Rin?
Rin comes with you?
We usually swing by the art supply store. Plus, she likes this music store that sells all sorts of weird sounding stuff. She says it helps her focus.
That makes a little more sense.
I see. Any other hobbies?
Emmy wags a finger at me.
Now, why would I go and reveal all my dark secrets to you? We hardly know one another.
Somehow I think that's all Emmy has in the way of hobbies. Still, I don't think my question's been answered.
Even if you do have a few hobbies, I still don't see why you hang out with Rin so much. I mean, she's kind of weird, isn't she? This comment causes Emmy to laugh loudly.
That's the understatement of the year.
So why? I mean, you're a lot better at conversation and stuff, so I figured you'd hang out with a lot of people. But I think I've only ever seen you with Rin. Emmy seems unusually defensive.
Hey, I hang out with plenty of people that aren't Rin. You just don't see me doing it because I'm not in your classes.
Okay, but that still doesn't explain why you hang out with Rin. I'm not even sure why I want to know this. I guess it's because lunch was so strange. Emmy shrugs, looking for a moment very Rin-ish.
It's because we have a similar outlook.
Alright, I'm back. Fuck.
Welcome back.
Yeah, don't mind the host. Host almost died, let's go.
Let's go.
If you were to ask me the least likely answer to my question, that would be it.
What do you mean?
It's like... okay, so Rin paints and stuff, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure where this is going.
Well, I run.
And
that's why we're similar.
you lost me.
Emmy frowns as if I'm trying to figure out her answer.
Well, maybe it's... well, maybe it's that we do things for the same reasons.
Huh?
You know, we follow our passions.
So you're passionate about running and Rin's passionate about art? Is that it?
Well, sort of. Let me think. Well, Rin explained it to me once, but I don't know how much of it I followed.
Not surprising. I think any explanation from Rin would probably confuse anyone.
She says we both chase after an extreme. Like, she's always trying to find a new way to show a particular feeling or something. And I run because of the feeling I get from it. And since we don't allow ourselves to be slowed down by anything, we make a connection based on that.
What do you mean, slowed down by anything?
Emmy looks surprised and points to her legs.
You know, because I'm a runner, and Rin's a painter even without arms. So we respect each other's determination. And that's why we hang out. I think.
Well, I'm not sure that made any sense to me, but from Emmy's sheepish expression, she's not sure about it either.
Honestly, it's not something I think that much about. We just get along. I think that's all that really matters.
I suppose she's got a point there. Another question strikes me, and since I've got nothing better to do, I ask it.
So, what got you into running anyway?
Oh, I've been running since I was really little. My dad was a runner, and as soon as I could walk, he started teaching me how to run. It was our father-daughter thing, you know? Our own mutual hobby.
A shadow crosses her face, and I'm shocked to see her looking sad. Did something happen between them?
Man, I don't have a lot of time left. Sorry, but I've got a few more laps before I go to see the nurse.
She races off around the track, hair streaming in the wind. It seems to me like she's going a lot faster than she was this morning. As she rounds the track, I catch a glimpse of her face. It's much the same as it was in the morning, but her eyes seem to have taken on a harder edge. I guess she's right. I don't really know much about her. I watch her run for a little while and then stand up to head back to my room.
Hey!
She spots me leaving and waves to catch my attention.
Don't forget! Same time tomorrow morning, got it?
Got it.
I head back to my room. Homework beckons. I can't sleep. My body's tired, but my mind's kept awake, staring at the ceiling in the hollow darkness of my room. I grasp desperately for a thread of thought, hoping that I can run my brain into the ground. All I can think of is how I can't think of anything. This isn't productive at all. I wonder if this is a side effect of my medication, though it seems odd for it to take so long to show up. Then again, maybe I'm just not as used to my new surroundings as I like to think. I don't know, but for whatever reason, I'm awake, and I shouldn't be. This is ridiculous. Ignoring my body's stiffness, I get out of bed and look at my clock. 4 in the morning. Last time I checked it was only 1, so maybe I slept a little. I don't know. I throw on some clothes and head out of my room. A walk might do me some good. I'm surprised how chill the air is compared to the relative warmth of the day. I can almost see my breath as I wander the campus, waiting for the sun to come up for me to fall asleep. At this point, either option works for me. I find myself at the track where, for the first time, Emmy's not out running. I suppose that makes sense. It's too early even for her. The bleacher seats are cold, but at this point I welcome the sensation. The sun's starting to show its face over the horizon, and I know with an awful certainty that I'll get no more sleep tonight. The sun's steadily strengthening the rays start to warm me up, and I watch the dew on the ground begin to steam slightly. My mind calms down a little. Someone's shaking me.
Hey, wake up!
What?
I guess I fell asleep after all.
What are you doing out here? You're gonna catch a cold or something.
I rub my eyes and I'm confronted by Emmy, who bends over me with a worried expression. I'm still a little groggy, so my response comes out in a mumble.
Couldn't sleep. Watch the sun come up.
Sounds like something Rin would say.
I shrug, feeling the stiffness that comes with sleeping on a bench for a few hours.
Is it? I wouldn't know.
Emmy grins a little at my somewhat cranky response.
So, couldn't sleep, eh? Obviously, we need to run you harder today.
Even though I've only known her for about a week, this seems a very Emmy-ish response to the problem.
Hey, my body was plenty exhausted after yesterday. My mind was just racing, that's all.
I don't see the difference. If you run hard enough, your brain will get tired too.
I'm seriously questioning the wisdom of doing this first thing in the morning. I don't know if my grades will be able to handle me tiring my brain out like that. Emmy pulls me up from the bleachers with a surprising strength for someone her size.
Now come on, Hisao. We've got work to do.
I don't actually know if I'm up to this today, to be honest. I mean, I obviously didn't get much sleep, and what sleep I got was on the fucking bleachers.
I don't know. Should I really be running?
Emmy glares at me. Jesus.
What are you talking about? Of course you should be running. How else do you expect to work out the kinks? You've been sleeping on the bleachers, for heaven's sake. The best way to get that soreness out is to run around a little. Now stop hiding in the bleachers and get down here.
There's no arguing that. I'm pretty sure she'd kill me if I didn't do as she said. She already tried once. I get to my feet and hop down the track. The sun's warming things up rather nicely, I think. It may not begin to stretch out, and I find myself once again hard-pressed and have to stare. If this is how I have to wake up every day, I might be able to get used to this.
You know, Hisao, it's not polite to stare.
I wasn't staring, I swear.
Emmy raises an eyebrow and considers me for a minute as if evaluating my response. There's a brief moment where I'm afraid for my life. But then she smiles and laughs, shaking her head slowly.
Honestly, you didn't have to deny it so strenuously.
In response, I clap my hands together and go for a change of subject.
So, that's enough stretching, right?
Emmy gives a casual shrug.
Do you feel stretched? That's how you tell.
Well, I do feel up to the run, if that's what she means.
Yeah, I feel ready to go.
Same as yesterday, okay? We'll just run for a mile at a steady pace. And don't worry about going really fast. Just worry about keeping the pace. Got it?
You're the boss.
Emmy grins again, and we take off around the track. I think I'm gonna die. We're not even done with the first lap and my legs are on fire. My breath is coming in ragged gasps. I can feel sweat pouring down my brow and we're just now on at the second turn.
Come on, Hisao. You've got 3 more laps to go.
I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I think I'm gonna puke. Somehow we're on the second lap. Emmy's not even sweating. How can she do this so effortlessly? For some reason, I'm still moving. Just like a machine. Third lap. What happened to the second?
Almost there, Hisao.
Liar. We've got another 2. Nothing to be done.
I can't do this.
Emmy whirls around and begins running backwards. Her face is a mask of anger that surprises me.
Never say that. If you say that, you'll already lost. Keep moving. If you're alive, you can keep moving, damn it.
Whoa, language. Like I'm one to talk. We're on the 4th lap now. She really seems to want me to keep going. Legs move, move, move. Oh, they feel so sluggish. I'm in mud or molasses or tar. I can't go on. I'll go on.
Final stretch, Hisao. Give it all you've got.
I pump my legs as fast as they'll go. They keep refusing to obey my commands. Somehow I keep moving. Somehow I finish.
That's it, Hisao. I knew you had it in you.
The anger Emmy showed a lap ago is gone, replaced with pride. She's positively radiant, like she just won the gold medal or something. I stagger to a stop and fall to my hands and knees, gasping for air. My heart is pounding far harder than it has in a long time. I don't think it's done this. Oh, fuck me. Please slow down, heart. Just slow down. Stop racing. I cough and for some reason feel a grin crossing my face. So this is how I die, huh? Trying to stay healthy. How ironic. I'm all ready to give up right there. But then I feel my heart slow down. 2 hands grab under my arms and tug upwards. I look when I see Amy standing over me with a mixture of delight and worry.
On your feet. Come on, you'll never catch your breath that way.
Somehow I manage to stand. I try to raise my arms above my head, but they feel like lead. I start to walk around the track while Amy keeps close to me like she's afraid I'll fall over or something. She may not be far off. I feel terrible and I say so. Amy laughs.
But you finished, didn't you? You said you couldn't, but you did. Isn't that worth it?
I'm not sure, and I don't really have the breath to say so. But that small grin I felt on my face earlier hasn't left. So what if my heart's weak? I still survived this morning. Maybe I'll survive tomorrow too. As soon as it becomes apparent that I'm not going to suddenly keel over, Emmy takes off in her sprints. I don't know how the hell she can manage to sprint after running a mile, but I guess she's in much better shape than me. Once again, I walk around as I walk around the track. I can't help but watching Emmy sprint. It's weird, but it's like she's a different person when she's pushing herself. Last time I noticed her eyes, but this time it's her mouth that catches my attention. She's not wearing a normal grin. She's still smiling, but there's a tightness to it. It's almost grim, like she's fighting a losing battle but doesn't care. She seems to be running harder like she did yesterday. Sweat has started to pour down her face, but she keeps going. Her mouth finally opens as she can no longer get enough air through her nose. As she passes me once more, her legs pumping, arms swinging in time, and her lips slightly parted, she looks beautiful. As we're both taking some laps around the track to cool down, Emmy changes back to her usual self. The transformation I saw in her is gone.
Not bad today, Sal.
There's almost admiration in her voice.
What do you mean? I would have stopped if you hadn't yelled at me.
Emmy colors a little, seemingly embarrassed about her outburst.
Sorry about that. I can't stand to see people give up. Especially about something like this. Saying I can't go on is silly when you're obviously going on while you're saying it. That's what this is all about.
What? Saying silly little things?
Emmy sticks her tongue out at me.
Idiot. I mean showing that you're alive.
Showing I'm alive, huh? I didn't know it had to be so painful. But it does feel pretty good despite that.
Besides, this is one of the hardest days.
What do you mean?
Whenever you start a workout, it's difficult the first day, really hard the second day, and the third day is easier. You'll still get days that are really hard, but they'll pop up less and less.
So this will eventually get really easy, huh?
Yeah, of course. But then you have to increase the difficulty, or you'll never get ahead. You'll just get complacent, and you'll lose the sense of accomplishment.
So we'll have to run more than just 4 laps, huh?
Yep, but not for a while. You'll have to be careful, you know?
A thought strikes Emmy and her face lights up.
Got it!
What?
You can come with me to see the nurse. That way you won't fall over dead or anything.
How charming.
When?
Right now, of course. You'll need a shower and everything, right? We don't have much time then.
Grabbing my hand, she's off, pulling me along with her.
My goodness, but you're in a hurry today, aren't you, Emmy?
I have no idea how I got into the nurse's office so fast, but here we are. The nurse grins at Emmy and seems to completely ignore me.
You've got plenty of time to take a shower and get to class, you know. There's no need to run through the hallways like that. I could hear you coming a mile away.
Somehow it doesn't seem like he's actually scolding Emmy at all. It's like this is a sort of routine between the two of them. Emmy does a passive imitation of remorse.
I'm sorry. I won't ever do it again.
The nurse and Emmy both laugh at some private joke. Suddenly, it seems that he notices me.
Ah, hello, Hisao. What brings you here?
Well, I've been...
Come on.
Well, I've been...
Hisao's officially joined me on my morning runs.
Pardon me about that.
It's all good.
I start to explain, but Emmy cuts me off.
I thought he might need to visit you so that he doesn't die or anything.
The nurse raises his eyebrow in mock horror.
Yes, that would certainly put me out of a job fast, wouldn't it? Well then, Hisao, let's have a look at you. Lift up your shirt, would you?
I'm suddenly very conscious of the fact that Emmy's in the room with me and blush in spite of myself. The nurse seems to sense my discomfort, but it only seems to amuse him.
A bit shy, are we?
He makes an apologetic bow to Emmy.
Sorry, Emmy. I tried to get you a free show, but it doesn't seem to have worked.
Emmy stiffens slightly and fires a look of annoyance at him.
You're an asshole.
Emmy bows to me apologetically.
I'll wait outside, okay, Hisao?
I begin to stammer that that's not really a big deal. She doesn't have to leave, but she's already out the door, and the nurse is laughing as he watches her go.
Still got it.
I don't follow.
He laughs again, like he's in on some joke that's over my head.
Oh, I can still get her flustered. It's a competition of sorts we've had going on for a while now.
That sounds incredibly sinister to me, and it seems as if the nurse realizes that too.
That sounded a lot worse than it actually is, come to think of it.
I wasn't going to say anything.
No, you're right. I should fill you in so that you don't get the wrong idea. I'm actually relatively new here, you see. I got hired in the same year Emmy started going here. Before that, I worked with Emmy during her initial rehab following her accident.
Hold on, what?
We had to amputate her legs after a really nasty car wreck. It nearly killed her and succeeded.
He shuts up abruptly. I blink at receiving this unexpected piece of news.
Well, that's not my place to say. Anyway, we've known each other for quite a while. So we have a slightly more familiar relationship than is strictly professional.
He seems embarrassed, like he's done something stupid. I guess he's really worried about that. I wave a hand to let him know it's not a big deal.
Don't worry, sir. I promise I'm going to be discreet.
Pardon me a second. I've been wondering about what caused Emmy to lose her legs, and that was one of the scenarios I thought of. There were only so many ways it could have happened, but actually hearing about the facts, it's a little shocking.
Well, thanks. You're a good kid, Hisao. I can see why Emmy became friends with you. She's quite indomitable, you know.
What do you mean?
You didn't see her learning to walk. She'd go for so much longer than the others in the hospital. She refused to quit. Normally, it takes years to get to a point where you can even think about running again. Emmy did it all in about a year.
He almost seems proud of her, like a father who watches his daughter win a competition or something.
Hell, she'd probably have done it faster if not for the fact that we wouldn't let her.
Let her? Well, why not?
Because she'd go for so long that her legs would start bleeding where they met her prosthetics. It's a real concern. It's why she comes by every day after she runs. To say nothing of the risk of infection if her legs get cut up and her prosthetics are dirty. But enough about that. If we don't get you on your way soon, Emmy will think we're up to something.
As he says this, he gives a wink and begins checking my heartbeat. The stethoscope is way too cold. He really should have heated it up or something before he used it. After a few moments, he leans back, satisfied.
Well, you sound pretty good to me, Hisao. You didn't have any chest pains while you were running, did you?
No, not really. I had some trouble catching my breath, though. And my heart was racing by the end, too.
The nurse frowns as I say this, but then shrugs.
It's probably just because you're out of shape. But if you don't improve, then you should let me know, okay? Don't push yourself too much. And of course, if you have any chest pains, come to me immediately, right?
I put my shirt back on and the nurse leans out of the doorway to call in Emmy.
Sorry. Everything lagged for a moment. I mean, what took you so long? Now I'm gonna be late.
The nurse gives a significant look.
I was just seducing Hisao, that's all.
What? Come on. What have I told you about seducing my friends?
I'd expected Emmy to be shocked by this, but instead she seems really annoyed, scolding the nurse as if she were a child stealing cookies. Meanwhile, I try hard not to blush at the nurse's innuendo.
I'll try not to do it again, though I fear young Hisao may be lost to the female gender forever.
Not freaking likely.
I didn't mean to say that out loud, but both the nurse and Emmy regarded me for a moment before bursting into laughter again.
Told you he was funny, didn't I?
Huh, I guess Emmy does talk to the nurse about a lot of stuff.
Well, Hisao, you should probably get moving. You still need a shower before class starts, don't you?
Ah, crap, he's got a point. It looks like I've only got half an hour.
Thanks for your time. I'll see you later, Emmy.
I dash out of the room as the nurse begins to remove Emmy's prosthetics. As I head down the hallway, I can just barely hear his voice drifting after me.
Emmy, you've got to be more careful.
I make it back to my room and shower in record time. It occurs to me that I've already been up for 4 hours and class hasn't even started yet. This is gonna be a long fucking day. I hope I don't fall asleep in class. In his, shoes, I would. The morning sunlight streaming through my window wakes me up instead of my alarm, and I realize that it must be Sunday. Emmy has kindly deigned to give me weekends off from our morning runs. I don't actually know if I woke up at all yesterday, or if I just slept through the entire day. My legs groan in protest as I lever myself out of bed. All this running has really taken it out of me. Still, I can't deny that Emmy wasn't lying to me. It has gotten a little easier. I've been worried that the runs would start to wear on my nerves, but thus far I haven't minded them that much. Well, it's only been a week. I suppose there's plenty of time for me to start dreading the sound of my alarm in the morning. Not that I could ever skip out now. As Emmy said, it's harder to stop a routine when there's another person. And frankly, I don't think I'm equipped to deal with a disappointed Emmy. She'd probably give me those puppy dog eyes and I'd feel terrible about myself. Which reminds me, wasn't I supposed to be somewhere today?
Hey, you're coming to my track meet on Sunday, right?
Just imagine there was reverb on that.
What am I talking about? Of course you are. Right?
Those puppy dog eyes again.
Of course I'm going. I owe you, right?
Exactly, so don't forget, okay?
Fuck my face, Emmy's track meet. I better get a move if I don't want to miss a running, since it's the only reason I'm even considering going. Otherwise, it would defeat the whole purpose of going. And so, I soon found myself quite suddenly surrounded by a crowd of people, all turning out to see our track team compete with another school like this one. I'll admit it's almost comforting to know that we're not the only school like this. After saying that there can be 2 schools with a bunch of, defective kids, well, you stop feeling so defective. You also stop feeling unique, which in most cases would be a bad thing, but in this case it sure as hell isn't. That's part of Yamako's appeal, I guess. Learn that you're not unique. Hell, learn that there's a lot of others who would kill to be settled with your problem instead of whatever they're dealing with. Some of the kids here aren't here because they're missing a leg or they have a heart condition. Some of them might be here because they're lucky to be as good as dead in 2, maybe 3 years if they're lucky. And that's only if they get the right sort of care. It's a bitter sort of comfort to be able to say, well, at least I've got a chance of being alive for college, but there it is. I'm brought out of my rather morbid musings by the appearance of Rin near the entrance of the bleachers.
You came.
Of course, I said I wouldn't. I said I would, didn't I?
That doesn't necessarily imply that you had to follow through. Lots of people say things and don't mean them.
Well, I don't.
Rin shrugs. Seemingly bored with our conversation, she turns on her heel and heads back towards the stands.
I owe Emmy money now.
Why is that?
Hmm? I didn't think you'd show up. Emmy did, so I owe her 500 yen.
You do bid an awful lot, don't you?
Another shrug from my armless companion.
I don't think so.
We enter the bleachers and Rin nods upwards.
Up there. I came out to see if you'd come.
For the bed, I presume. Rin leads the way, and soon we've settled on an almost empty bench. There's an older woman sitting next to Rin, somebody's mother, I assume. She's got rather long hair done up in a braid. On seeing Rin, she gives her an oddly familiar-seeming grin. Callie, you don't mind playing her, do you?
Yeah, I can do her. Ara, well, this is surprising. I thought you were gonna get a snack, not a boy.
Huh?
A snack? I wondered why I was down there.
The woman laughs, again in a way that seems familiar. Where have I seen her before?
Well, I suppose you've always been one to go out for one thing and bring back another. But I'm being rude. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Ibarazaki. Emmy's mother.
Ibarazaki.
Ibarazaki.
Of all the names to trip up over.
I know. Pleased to meet you.
Well, that explains it. She's like a taller, older, and bustier Emmy. Apart from her hair being a darker shade than Emmy's, there's really no mistaking the resemblance.
Sorry, I'm Hisao. Hisao Nakai.
Damn.
And really, you don't have to apologize for not introducing yourself, Mrs. Ibarazaki.
This is the Emmy route, not the Mako route. Control yourself, boy.
That's really Rin's job in this situation, isn't it?
Another laugh from Emmy's mother.
Oh, I take it you've not known Rin for for that long, then. It's best not to expect her to remember something like that. She's got other things to think about, I assume.
Rin nods, seemingly pleased by this assessment.
She's right. I was thinking about sunsets. They're beautiful.
You see, it's really up to us to make introductions. Oh my goodness, I'm a bimbo. I'm sorry. It's really up to us to make introductions and the like. Sorry, guys. I'm trying my best.
Showing up to your... Hey, not everybody has the courtesy to show up to their daughter's track meets drunk. For lack of any better response, I nod. Mrs. Ibarazaki leans back a little on her seat and raises an eyebrow.
So, how long have you and Rin been dating?
My response consists of silence as my brain suddenly lurches into gear. But just before I can begin to utter a hastily babbled explanation, Nebby's mother bursts into laughter again.
Oh, you're a blusher, aren't you?
I don't know if there's any way to keep my dignity in this situation, so I settle for a mumbled response.
Maybe.
So this must be a new romance then, mustn't it?
Wait, that's not the question that...
Another laugh.
Oh, I know, but it's funny to watch you squirm.
Fuck.
I'm sorry. Forgive an old woman for her amusements.
Old woman? She sure doesn't look that old to me. Clearly, Emmy gets her youthful features from her mother.
I suppose I can let it go.
Oh, how kind of you.
It's starting.
I direct my attention to the track where they're preparing for the first sprint. It looks like the 400-meter dash. My eyes scan the runners before finding Emmy. She's smiling with an almost cocky look on her face. The starter raises my revolver. Emmy explodes off the block, disappearing from the starting line in a blur. It's amazing, even as the other sprinters converge on the lanes closest to the inside line, Emmy surges to the front of the pack. By the time she rounds the final turn, some of the other runners have caught up with her. Their efforts come to naught, though, since a final burst of speed from Emmy leaves them at least half a second behind. Mrs. Ibarozaki whoops and shouts, applauding wildly, and generally looking like any other parent cheering on their child. Emmy bounds off the track, looking pleased with herself. I cheer right along with the rest of them. The announcer, sounding suspiciously like Misha, gleefully gives the results.
I think she's gotten faster since the last time.
That was incredible.
Mrs. Ibarozaki grins proudly.
Emmy's a heck of a runner.
We fall silent as the next event is being prepared. I'm surprised to see Emmy strutting out onto the track again.
Wait, didn't she just run?
Emmy's mother nods.
Yes, but she runs multiple events for the team, especially the sprints. It's a lot of running, but Emmy can handle it.
From the looks of things, she's right. Emmy doesn't appear to be tired, as if she hadn't run the previous events at all. Enough with the sweat visible on her shirt, you'd never know.
Which event is this?
It's the 200-meter dash. She'll do this one, the 100-meter, and the relay.
I see.
Once again, the pistol sounds, and once again, Emmy flees off the block. A thumping sound draws my attention away from the race. It's Rin's foot. She seems completely absorbed in the race. Emmy's mother cheers again, and I assume that the race is over. Sprints don't seem to me like they'd take very long to complete.
Your foot.
Hmm?
Your foot was bouncing on the bleachers.
Oh.
You seem pretty into this stuff. I'm surprised.
Rin looks at me quizzically.
Why wouldn't I be?
No reason. I just thought stuff like sports wouldn't interest you.
I suppose you're right. It's not that interesting, but I'm watching Emmy, not the sport.
I don't follow.
Shit.
Emmy's the most Emmy when she runs. You don't get to see Emmy at her Emmyest very often. But here, can you see?
You can see.
Yes.
She directs my attention towards the track again where the 100-meter dash is about to start. I watch Emmy closely. In her face. As she gets onto the starter blocks, her whole body seems to relax, but it's a false relaxation. I can say this is actually like a coiled spring. As the starter tells everyone to get set, her head snaps up and her eyes narrow slightly. Her mouth curls upward in what could be a grin and could be a growl. When the pistol goes off, it's as if she's been unleashed from a cage, like she was always moving at this blinding speed, but we couldn't see it happening until the starter's pistol dispelled the illusion of motionlessness. It's all over in a few seconds, but in those few seconds, I feel like I just witnessed something very personal for Emmy. As soon as she crossed the finish line, the fierce look was replaced by her normal grin. The conquering general returning to his farm.
Amazing. She's really amazing. I've never seen anyone move that fast.
Well, don't look at me. I'm far too relaxed to run that fast. No, I think Emmy's prowess comes all from her father's side.
At the mention of Emmy's father, Mrs. Ibarozaki looks wistful, almost sad.
He got her into running, you know.
Yeah, she told me.
I'm uncertain as to whether or not it would be rude of me to ask after Emmy's father. But after that look on her face a few days ago, I feel compelled to ask.
Where is her father now, if I might ask?
Emmy's mother hesitates, clearly not willing to answer the question, but at the same time, not wishing to appear rude.
He isn't around anymore.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. Emmy just seemed a little sad when she mentioned him earlier.
Well, that's not surprising, considering.
Hmm?
They were very close.
Oh, I see.
A beeping noise suddenly emanates from Mrs. Ibarazaki's pocket. Reaching into it, she pulls out a cell phone and looks at it.
Honestly, text messages. What is he, 16?
Huh?
Oh, nothing. I've got to go meet up with a friend of mine. Will you tell Emmy I'm very proud of her and that I'll catch her later tonight?
Call her later tonight.
Oh, call her
course.
later.
I'll admit that I zoned out for a while. I almost didn't notice that the relay's about to begin, but when I look, I can't find Emmy.
I thought Emmy would be running to the relay.
She runs anchor. So she won't be running for a while yet.
Oh.
Did you see it?
Hmm?
Emmy. At her Emmyest.
Maybe?
Maybe this time.
The race begins, and I cheer Emmy's teammates along as I pass the baton. Finally, I see Emmy sprinting onto the track to take the final handoff. Once again, I'm taken aback by how graceful she looks when she runs. It really is beautiful. The look of determination and fearlessness on her face only adds to the picture. Emmy at her Emmyest, I suppose. But then as she crosses the finish line, I see her stumble slightly. It's only barely, but it's a definite stumble. Rin inhales sharply and actually looks concerned for a second.
Oh, Emmy.
Did she hurt herself, do you think?
You noticed too. It must be bad.
She frowns as she's deciding on the next course of action. Eventually that proves to be too tiresome and she shrugs again.
Well, let's go down. Gotta crown the victor. See if you can find a laurel branch.
It's not gonna be easy.
Rin shrugs.
At least we tried.
Well, we didn't really try all that hard. Or at all, but hey, whatever. Emmy's surrounded by her teammates, all of them congratulating her on the run. Rin seems to be waiting for Emmy to notice that she's arrived. Oh, yeah, I guess she can't exactly wave Emmy over. Then again, I'm not sure that Rin would do such a thing even if she had arms. It doesn't seem her style to draw attention to herself or to emote beyond shrugging. Either way, I'm not willing to wait, so I wave to Emmy, who looks up and grins happily at me. Us.
Hey, you showed up! Guess Rin owes me money, huh?
We would have brought you a crown of laurels, but Hisao didn't find one.
Hey, neither did you.
It wasn't my job to look.
When did we decide jobs?
When I said see if you could find a laurel branch. Try to keep up.
I shrug. I guess Rin's rubbing off on me.
Seems it's my fault after all, Emmy.
Emmy laughs at Rin and I.
It's okay. I'm sure you'll make it up to me somehow.
Sure?
Good. So, how'd I look?
I stop myself from floating out beautiful or amazing or sexy and settle for the substantially safer or very impressive. Emmy seems pleased with this assessment. I don't mention how much more impressive her performance is given her lack of legs. I figure she knows that already. Besides, it seems like it would take away from her efforts somehow.
Great to hear. I was worried that I looked a little slow on the relay, but I guess I did fine, huh?
Actually, I noticed...
Rin kicks me and keeps me from finishing my sentence.
What was all that about?
Oh, you noticed it at the end.
That's no good. Guess the nurse will look. Guess the nurse will look at it for me later.
There's a carelessness in her voice, as if it isn't a big deal, but I suddenly notice a slight twitch on her face. Like she's trying to hide the fact that she's in pain. It's then that I notice her breathing's a little shallow, too. I guess she really is hurt. She must notice my concern, because she skips up to me and gives me a friendly pat on the shoulder.
Hey, you look a little worried. I'm fine, really. Just sore from all the running, that's all. And come on, a little pain isn't gonna stop me.
Oh no.
Emmy grins, and for a moment she looks like she did during her sprint, fierce and unconquerable. Or to put it another way, really hot.
Hasn't yet.
Well then, I guess I shouldn't worry, huh?
Damn right. I'm Emmy Ibarazaki. I should get this down. Ibarazaki. Emmy Ibarazaki. Fastest thing with no legs. I don't stop for anything.
Impressive.
Emmy giggles and then seems to remember something.
Oh, before I forget. Rin and I are gonna do something next Sunday at the post-track meet celebration. You should come along. Normally we do it the day after, but since the track meet was on a Sunday, I've got homework and class and all that stuff to take care of. Plus our morning run, of course.
Right, of course. Oh, right. Your mom wanted to say she's proud of you. She'll call you later tonight.
I thought I saw her in the stands. I'm glad she made it. It used to be my dad who showed up to my meets, but Mom's been doing a pretty good job of taking over.
She shivers slightly, and I realize that she's still all sweaty. A breeze has started to blow, too. I'm not cold at all, and I've got my jacket with me, so without a word, I throw it around her shoulders. Emmy jumps slightly and then grins at me.
Hey, thanks. It's getting a little cold, I guess.
Yeah, looked like it.
Just as I begin to wonder whether or not giving Emmy my jacket can be taken the wrong way, a boy in a track uniform approaches. Hey, Emmy, you're gonna miss the medal ceremony.
Oh yeah, thanks.
She turns to Rin and myself.
You don't have to stick around for this part. It takes forever. Besides, you should get cracking on your homework now if you don't want to be up late, Hisao. Morning run tomorrow. Don't forget.
How could I?
Good point. I mean, it's spending time with me after all.
With this, she waves quickly and dashes off to receive her medals, or whatever they pass off as a medal these days. Rin and I head away from the track, Rin remaining deep in whatever thoughts she has, and for most of the walk back to her dorm. As I see her off, she speaks up.
You're probably not getting that coat back, I think.
Sure, I'll get it back eventually.
Interesting. Take it as it comes, huh? Very Emmy-ish.
With this odd statement, she turns and heads into the building. Honestly, was it that big a deal? Emma was cold and, unless I'm mistaken, in pain. Giving her a solution to at least one of those problems seems like an obvious reaction. Though I guess there is a chance I could lose my jacket if Emmy never remembers to return it. I guess Rin is a point. Still, I can't bring myself to muster much worry over the whole thing. After all, it's been getting warmer lately. I don't need a jacket. Huh, odd. I think I used to be a little more responsible with my stuff. Emmy is, huh? Maybe that's not really a bad thing. Son of a bitch, I'm out of water. Oh,
You
well.
want to take a quick break to refill on water and stuff? Since we just started a new scene.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Alright, brief break. We'll be back momentarily.
I'll
Yeah.
spin some.
See you in a moment.
Idle meetings all around.
Alright, pardon the delay. We are back and ready to get back into it. Thank you all for your patience. So, again, when we last left our intrepid master of romance hero, he had just witnessed the track meet and immediately fell in love with the wrong goddamn girl.
I don't know what you're talking about. She's the right girl.
We'll see how that pans out. Anyways, first, a word from our intrepid nurse.
You haven't been forgetting to take your medicine, have you? I'm catching a little murmur. You should take it easy for a few days.
The nurse's words hurt me far more than the exhaustion of the morning run ever could. Take it easy for a few days. Oh, I knew I should have kept quiet. I kept my eyes on the floor feeling like a complete idiot. Of course I haven't been remembering to take my medicine. I've been rushing out of my room to get to the track before Emmy. After the track meet a few days ago, I felt, inspired. So I've been running warm-up laps in the morning before Emmy shows up. But then today, while she and I were running, I felt a little pain in my chest. It was only slight, and it was only for a second, so I mentioned it to the nurse.
Honestly, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I kept running and finished just fine, so really it couldn't have been that bad.
Why do I feel like I'm making excuses to the nurse? Moreover, why do I feel the need to justify continuing to run despite the pain? Really, it comes down to my being unwilling to concern Emmy, who seemed concerned anyway. I'm not sure how she was able to tell there was anything wrong, but she claims I stumbled a little. She was the one who insisted I tell the nurse, and now I feel bad for worrying her at all. The nurse is shaking his head ruefully while Emmy paces outside the room.
Hisao, I know it's difficult for you to get into a new routine, but if you don't want to find yourself in a lot of trouble, you're going to have to try harder. You can't afford to forget your pills, and you can't push yourself too hard.
But if I don't push myself, how will I improve?
I don't know where that came from. The nurse seems to have an idea.
Now, where have I heard that before?
He laughs and pats me on the shoulder.
She's rubbing off on you, I guess.
His expression changes again, and he is back in serious mode.
Look, I'm not saying you shouldn't push yourself. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't be taking your medication, and it doesn't mean you shouldn't stop if your chest starts to bother you. I'd prefer not to have any fatalities while I'm on staff here. A bit of a lofty goal to be sure, but I'm always up for a challenge.
I hate to admit it, but I think he's right. I've got to remember to take my meds.
You're right. I'm sorry to worry you.
Who's worried? You're a smart kid, right? I know you can be responsible, Hisao. A situation like yours, you've got to learn to be responsible fast.
I know.
His expression suddenly becomes devious.
I suppose you've started to enjoy your runs with Emmy then, huh?
Yeah. They've really been helping me. I mean, until today I was feeling a lot more healthy. Plus, it's really impressive to see Emmy run. Did you see her at the track meet? She was incredible.
The nurse nods, grinning all the while.
That she was, Hisao. I watched her first couple of races before I had some business to take care of, but she told me all about it. Kind of you to loan her your jacket, by the way.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't that big of a deal.
I'd honestly forgotten all about that. I still haven't gotten it back. The nurse gets a smile that makes me feel like he's just making a joke.
Not to you, but Emmy certainly appreciated it. And I know she appreciates your running with her in the mornings.
This one catches me off guard a little. Sure, she mentions that it's easier to keep to a schedule with an extra person, but I didn't think I was doing a favor to her at all.
I thought she was doing me the favor of helping me follow the doctor's orders.
She tries harder when you're around. If there's someone else running with her, she's going to push herself more. And she tries even harder when you're around because, well, it's you.
What the heck does that mean?
You'd love to know, wouldn't you?
He laughs in the style of evil megalomaniacs.
No, seriously, it's because you're her friend. If Rin ran with her, I'm sure she'd do the same. Well, probably. But that's not the point. The point is, you're helping her, even if you don't know you are. And she's grateful for that, even if she never says it.
What do you mean, even if she never says it?
Emmy doesn't talk a lot, but she and I have known each other long enough that I can read her most of the time.
Son of misclick, sorry. I'll admit, I have no idea what he's talking about. Emmy always seems pretty talkative to me.
I see.
The nurse suddenly realizes that he's been rambling and stops talking, looking a little embarrassed.
Anyway, you don't have to stop your morning exercise. Just walk the track instead of running for a few days. Let things calm down. And take your damned medicine.
I laugh as I exit the office, bumping straight into Emmy.
Ow. Oh, sorry about that.
Are you okay? What did the nurse say? Do you need to go to the hospital? Oh my gosh, it was my fault, wasn't it? I've been pushing you too hard, haven't I? I'm a horrible person!
The words pour forth like a torrent. He's just really agitated. I didn't expect her to be this concerned about me, to be honest. I gotta calm her down, but how the hell do I do that? I do the only thing I can think of. I give her a hug. Emmy tenses up slightly, so I pat her head in what I hope is a reassuring manner.
Hey, settle down. I'm fine, okay? No worries.
I can feel Emmy's body's relax as I continue to assure her I'm fine. Her arms wrap around me as if she's trying to confirm that I'm not about to fall over dead. I catch a whiff of her hair. It smells like sweat or how adrenaline should smell. It's a scent of activity. And a hint of strawberries from her shampoo, I suspect.
I just need to remember to take my medicine, that's all. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault.
You're sure?
Her voice is muffled, mostly because of the moment her face is pressed into my chest.
Yeah, I'm sure. I just need to take it a little easy for the next few days.
It suddenly occurred to me how close the two of us are. It also occurs to me how nice being this close feels. I can feel Emmy's heartbeat calming down, and I have to resist the urge to rest my chin on the top of her head.
Thank goodness. You really had me worried there, Hisao.
Emmy, you gonna come in here anytime soon? Oh, I'm sorry. Was I interrupting?
Bastard. The two of us spring apart as if the other just caught on fire. Emmy brushes her hair back and nervously laughs.
Of course not. I'll see you later, okay? Oh, and Hisao?
Hmm?
Take your damn medicine!
The last phrase is punctuated by a punch to the shoulder.
Ow. Yeah, I'll remember. See you later.
Like one attempted murder wasn't enough. The nurse smiles again like he's in on some joke I don't know about and waves to me as I enter my room, feeling a burning in my cheeks. I need a shower. A cold one if the thoughts running through my head now are any indication. She was, really soft. My pills are waiting for me when I make it to my room. I swallow them without a second thought. I don't know why I didn't think of waiting until after the runs to take them. For some reason I figured it was when I woke up or not at all. But no, they only need to be taken every 24 hours. The exact time of day doesn't factor into it. My thoughts drift back to the hug in the hallway. It's weird. You'd expect someone to smell foul after a run, but for some reason Emmy smelled right. That tinge of sweat just seemed to fit her. I really need that shower. See, look at that. She's moving on from her mom already. Strange that it feels so natural for me to go up to the roof nowadays. I never would have done such a thing at my old school. In those days, I liked to eat alone. No, that's not quite true. Though I liked to sit alone, I also liked to watch people. I always figured that was the sort of person I was, but it appears I was wrong. Then again, I also thought I was the sort of person who had a normal heart, so there you have it. I don't know myself that well. Now I'm on the roof so that I can have lunch with a couple of people. And they're both females, which is even stranger. Oddly enough, I feel closer to Emmy and Rin than I felt to anyone in my old school. Somehow I get the feeling they'd at least visit me if I wound up in the hospital. I focus on the view from the roof, banishing those thoughts from my head. There's a light breeze blowing, and the sun's shining high in the sky. The sky itself is a deep blue with hardly a cloud in it. It's gotten pleasantly warm, and as I sit down to wait for my friends, I close my eyes and enjoy the feeling of the sun seeping into my skin. Voices intrude upon the edge of hearing.
Seems to have fallen asleep on us, Rin.
Maybe he's faking to lull us into a false sense of security.
Why would he do that?
No idea.
Still, you make a good point. We should kick him or something to make sure he's really asleep.
What?
Emmy looms over me like only a short girl can, peering at me intently.
Oh, you're awake. I guess we don't have to kick you then.
Was it part of your master plan?
What are you talking about?
Emmy shrugs, her twin tails bouncing with emotion.
I'm not sure either. You must be pretty tired to fall asleep out here. Although it's pretty comfortable, I suppose.
She plops down next to me and begins to eat. Rin sits opposite from the two of us, a move which only makes me more aware of the girl sitting next to me. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear Rin did it on purpose. I concentrate on my food, trying to tune out the majority of the conversation that Rin and Emmy are having. Despite my best efforts, however, I still find myself glancing over at Emmy whenever she speaks. I notice how she purses her lips when she's thinking about something, squinting slightly as if that would improve her thinking ability. Rin says something that makes Emmy laugh, and I notice, perhaps for the first time, how she laughs with her whole body, rocking back and forth, head thrown back, almost like she's about to fall over. I probably look like a creep. It's about this time that I realize Emmy's looking at me, her voice raised slightly, so she's probably just asking a question.
Huh? Sorry, I kinda zoned out for a moment there.
Emmy rolls her eyes, while a slight quirk of the eyebrows is the only sign that Rin's been paying attention.
I said, did you get a career survey in your class too? You know, one of those, what do you want to do after high school things.
I don't think so. Maybe we'll get one tomorrow.
What are you gonna put down?
That's a really good question. I guess I always figured I'd go to college after high school, but I don't have any idea what I'd do once I get there. And with the heart attack and all, I'd really been concentrating on each day as it came, rather than making long-term plans. I suppose I can safely start planning ahead again. I've always liked having at least a vague plan for my future, so it'll be nice to come up with one once again. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that right now I've got absolutely
No clue. I always kind of assumed I'd figure it out in college. That or just become a salaryman. That's pretty popular.
But do I really want to? That's a tough question. I guess I don't really want to do anything.
You don't sound very excited about that one, do you?
She laughs as she says this, and I'm caught up in her laugh again. It's so girlish, high and giggly like a, well, pardon the cliche, like a babbling brook. It bubbles out of her, starting in her belly and working its way up her throat. I can't help but laugh myself. It's infectious.
Yeah, I guess I'm pretty unhappy with the salaryman idea. But, to be honest, I haven't given much thought to the future recently. I suppose that these days, I've been more concerned with living one day at a time.
Emmy considers this for a moment and grins.
That's a pretty good idea, Hisao. I just wrote down pirate.
I'm momentarily stunned and then I start laughing. I stop myself and manage to gasp out a question.
You're not actually serious, are you?
Emmy looks mock offended.
Well, I've got the legs for it already, so I just kinda figured...
Even Rin seems amused by this.
Just you wait. I'll be the terror of the high seas. I'll show you all. I've even been working on my pirate voice.
She suddenly springs up and begins swaggering up and down the rooftop, shouting orders.
Yar me hearties, give 'em a broadside with the long guns. We'll wear their guts for garters.
Do you even know what that means?
Rin's unexpected interruption stops Emmy in her tracks.
Not really. But it's all in the delivery.
The ringing of the bell prevents her from demonstrating her point further. Emmy dashes off immediately, leaving Rin and myself alone on the roof. Rin stares at me intently for a few moments.
Is there something wrong?
Rin considers this question closely for a moment. After a lengthy pause, she shakes her head.
Nope.
Oh, why the staring then?
Rin shakes her head again.
Nope, I don't get it.
Yet what?
The staring thing. You two seem to, but I don't.
Great, she saw me staring. Naturally thinks I'm a pervert or something. Actually, what the hell am I talking about? This is Rin. Still, I feel the need to defend myself.
I wasn't staring, I was just tired.
Rin actually snorts at this, but she doesn't say anything.
No, really, I was just distracted is all.
Eager to end this conversation, I head back down to class. I'm greeted by the twin specters of Shizune and Misha, looking like they mean business. Once I bring up the right... There it is. Well, Shizune looks like she means business anyway. Misha just looks like she's about to start laughing at any minute.
Up on the roof again, Hee-chan? You know that's dangerous, don't you?
So I'm still not sure that's loud enough. Don't explain why. It wasn't at the right volume.
That's right. The school cannot be held responsible for any injury that comes from being up there, you know. Furthermore, we could report you for breaking the rules.
Misha leans in and whispers conspiratorially.
But we won't, Hee-chan. You three are too cute together.
She straights up again, laughing at my sudden blush.
You're too easy to tease, Hee-chan.
Hey, come on. I'm still new here, sort of. Isn't it mean to pick on the newcomer like this?
Nope. It's to help you get acclimated to your new surroundings.
Ah, I see. Well, do you have to be so overzealous about it?
Yep. That outside, Hee-chan. We were looking for you this morning, but you weren't in your room.
Of course I wasn't. I was out for my morning exercise, or here in class, bright and early, unlike you.
Susanna looks peeved, and a bit later, so does Misa. Or she tries to at any rate.
That was because of student council business. You should be grateful that we worked so hard for you.
Oh, I am. So, what do you need me for?
Not another attempt to rope me in to do their dirty work, I hope.
We had to give you something, but since you weren't around, we dropped it off in your room.
Something? Like what?
Oh, you'll find out when you get back, Hee-chan.
Muto entering the room ends our conversation and we all head to our seats. It's only after I've settled down at my desk and the teacher started talking about something over there that something odd strikes me. What did Rin mean? You two seem to. Was Emmy staring at something too? For a brief moment I consider the possibility that Emmy was staring at me the same way I was staring at her. Of course, that's ridiculous. Still, I can't deny that I wouldn't mind if it were true. Yeah, but it's best not to think of that. No need to get my hopes up. Come to think of it, when did I start having hopes like that anyway? I shake my head in an attempt to clear it and focus on the lesson. After class, I make way to my room. Must have really piled on the homework today. Before I can open my door, however, I'm suddenly interrupted by Kenji. Interrupted by Kenji, who's just exploded out of his room in a flurry of papers. Where the fuck are they? There they are.
Hey, we need to talk. These rooftop shenanigans of yours, man, they gotta stop.
What?
You're running around the rooftops with the limbless wonders. They're women, man. You gotta get yourself killed running around like that.
I don't follow.
Kenji sighs and adjusts his...
We're friends, I'm good.
Kenji sighs and adjusts his glasses before what can be understood as an attempt at explaining himself patiently.
Look, we're friends, I'm going to tell you this for your own good. But if I were going to kill someone, I'd do it by throwing them off the roof and making it look like an accident. And if I've thought of it, you can be sure they've thought of it too. They're crafty. Almost as crafty as I am.
I see.
Good. I'm glad we had this chat. Loan me 500 yen.
I'm sorry?
I need to get a drink, man. I've been inside all day and the tap water's been compromised, as I'm sure you know. So I need to stock up and get something canned, got it? But to do that, I need 500 yen. And since I've just saved your life with my timely advice, you can at least spare me 500 yen.
You know, if it'll make him fuck off, 500 yen is a bargain. I hand the money over to Kenji, who nods and thanks and dashes off down the hallway, but not before he locks his door. Oh, what an exhausting bastard. I better go in case he changes his mind. As I close the door, my heel taps against something lying on the floor. It's a brightly colored rectangle of paper. Oh, this must be the something Misha mentioned before. Probably a student council leaflet she slid onto the door. However, when I pick it up, I find that I couldn't have been more wrong. Someone actually wrote me an old-fashioned handwritten paper letter. Who bothers doing something like that in this day and age anyway? And as unlikely as the prospect of receiving one sounds, this is definitely a letter I have in my hands. I was, planning on finishing my homework, getting some dinner, and going to bed in order to be ready for tomorrow's morning run. However, the letter has naturally caught my interest. I sat at my desk to examine it properly. It's the first piece of mail I've received here at Yamaku, so it feels special even if it wasn't something as rare as a handwritten letter. What causes me even more trepidation is the name of the sender written neatly on the back of the envelope. Iwanako. I have no idea why she would write to me. I haven't been in contact with anyone from my old school since I transferred, and Iwanako was the last person I'd expect to want to write me a letter. The last time I saw Iwanako was terribly awkward, embarrassingly so. She came to my hospital room, peeled me an apple out of courtesy, and then we practically sat in silence for half an hour. She said goodbye and didn't even look me in the eye when she closed the door. It might have been a natural end to the series of visits that were probably pretty painful for both of us. Every time she visited me in the hospital, I wanted to talk to her, but something stopped me every time. Every time that I didn't speak, made the next time even harder. She looked so guilty that I didn't want to say anything that might upset her, and I never could figure out the right words to say. I think Iwanika blamed herself for my heart attack. That's ridiculous, of course, but knowing it and believing it are two very different things. I told her that it wasn't her fault. She nodded, and I really think she understood that if it hadn't been that, then sooner or later, something else would have made my heart give out. Yet, she looked so hopelessly sad every time she opened that door and entered my room. So I never managed to say the things I wanted to say. In the end, that might have hurt her even more. Carefully, I opened the envelope and drew out the folded letter from within. Toma?
Yes, sorry. Dear Sao, how are you? I hope you are well and happy at your new school. Everyone here misses you. Almost all of our second-year class got put together in Class 3-1 for the final year. So we're pretty comfortable right from the beginning of the year. I'm sure you would have been assigned to this class as well.
There we go.
The mood among the third years seems to be very anxious about final exams, even though they are so far away. The teachers are badgering us about it all the time. Even Mr. Tachibani, who is, by the way, our homeroom teacher this year. Would you believe it? I was sure he'd retire after our second year, but here he is, nagging everyone about studying for exams. I think things like that are the main reason why the mood among the third years is so nervous. I must admit that I'm somehow losing confidence in myself as well, even though I've always fared reasonably well in exams. It's so weird to think that we're already seniors, isn't it? Time has really flown past. I wonder where it went. The new first year seems so young and somehow really innocent. I keep wondering if I was like them in my first year. I've been feeling nostalgic like this the whole first trimester. There are other things I want to say. I'm writing to you because I felt that there are things I should have said after the incident back in winter. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and I have no excuse for it.
Yeah, I think I've had quite enough of this. I crumple up a sheet of paper and toss it across the room. My aim is off, so the letter rolls under my nightstand instead of going into my wastebasket. That was an apology for abandoning me. Except I don't know that I really needed it anymore at this point. The hospital seems like a lifetime ago, and here, now, I have more important things on my mind. Emmy, for starters. It wasn't great to be abandoned during my stay, but it's not something I'm worried about anymore. In fact, I hadn't even thought about the hospital in what feels like forever until this letter came in. It's annoying to have received it. I've got exams to study for myself. I have no time for the past. Now about that homework. But...
So, what's the plan for today anyway?
I'm waiting patiently in the hallway of the girls' dorm just outside of Emmy and Rin's rooms. Emmy's apparently helping Rin with getting dressed. Suppose it makes perfect sense, as I've no idea how Rin would get dressed otherwise.
Picnic. Oh, picnic. Not panic, sorry. Picnic!
Picnic Panic, ain't that the name of a game?
Picnic?
That's what I said!
Sounds pretty exciting.
I know, right?
Rin chooses this moment to make an observation.
The sky seems threatening today.
Actually, I noticed that too on my way over. Despite the sunshine of the early morning, the afternoon seems to have taken a turn for the gloomy. There's a heaviness to the air as well that usually heralds a rainstorm. I wonder if I should have brought my umbrella.
He's got a point. Emmy, you sure that you still want to risk getting caught in the rain?
I don't even know why I bothered asking. I don't even like pina coladas. Amy pops out of Rin's room into the hallway looking shocked that I'd even suggest canceling our plans.
Of course! What, the threat of rain's supposed to stop me?
I can't help but grin at her belligerent response. It's almost like she's daring the rain to come. If Mother Nature were walking down the street, I think Amy would probably start a fight with her. Or at least challenge her to a race. In fact, Amy seems almost aggressively cheerful today. Rin wanders into the hallway, looking like her usual self.
Well then, are we all ready to go?
I'm ready.
Rin nods and sends a single word.
Basket.
Beg pardon?
The basket. In Emmy's room. You should carry it.
Amy claps a hand to her mouth, embarrassed.
Oh my gosh, I almost forgot all about it. Nice save, Rin.
Amy tours into her room and emerges with what looks like a very well-stocked picnic basket. As she hands it over to me, I note that it feels heavy enough to be one, too. Jesus, how much food did she pack? More to the point, where'd you get the money for all this?
So are we set to head out?
Yep.
Rin gives another nod and we head out of the dorm. I get up and frown when I notice how gray the sky's gotten in the 10 minutes I was inside. Still, Amy doesn't seem concerned by such petty concerns as the color of the sky. She's positively skipping as we walk. Which reminds me...
Where are we going?
This brings Amy up short and she shoots me an embarrassed look.
You know, I hadn't really thought about that. What do you think, Isao?
Well, there's a spot we ate at during the festival, but it might be nice to leave the campus for a while. However, I'm not sure if there's any good places to do that in town. Just as I'm about to open my mouth, Rin unexpectedly interjects with a suggestion.
There's a park in town near the art shop.
Great idea, Rin. I totally forgot all about that place.
Crisis averted.
You know how to get there, Rin?
Rin shrugs.
It's pretty likely.
Good enough for me.
I would prefer knowing for sure, but what the hell.
Lead on, Rin.
The three of us quickly make our way off campus and take the road down into town. The basket's a bit heavy. I hope the park is close by. We pass the art supply store, Rin's slowing her pace slightly as we go by. Amy notices Rin's change of pace and stops.
You want to go in, Rin?
Rin shrugs.
Nothing I need.
Are you sure?
There's the slightest flutter of a smile on Rin's face, quickly replaced with her usual expression.
Life's uncertain, but on this, at least I'm pretty sure. Nice of you to offer, though.
Well, it's not like I'm the one carrying the basket. But I'll bet Hisao wouldn't mind it anyway, right?
Oh, of course not. This is hardly a heavy load.
I flex for emphasis. Amy stifles a snort of laughter by pointing to the park at which we've suddenly arrived.
Oh, I remember this place. I ran into you here that one time, didn't I, Rin?
Rin's eyebrows raise slightly.
Maybe. I'm unwilling to say for certain one way or the other. Memory's a tricky thing, you know?
Well, I'll be. We made it in one piece after all. The sun's still nowhere to be seen, but neither Emmy nor Rin seems to mind. We found a spot to sit on the grass, and I set the basket down gracefully. There's a surprising amount of food prepared. Maybe we were supposed to be joined by some of his teammates or something?
I'm starving. Dig in. Itadakimasu.
She attacks the food as if she's had nothing to eat for years. I'm just reaching for the food myself when I feel the first drop of rain land on the back of my head.
Oh. Looks like the weather's not going to cooperate with us after all.
Emmy glares at the sky as if that alone will hold back the rain. I very nearly believe she can do it. It's a hell of a glare.
It had better cooperate. You hear me, Sky? You stop that raining right this instant.
The sky doesn't seem inclined to listen to her, despite the commanding tone she's taken with it. Instead, the rain seems to increase. Rin wrinkles her nose in distaste at this sort of events.
Regrettable.
What do you mean?
Rin shrugs.
I could paint this if I weren't out here. Shame to miss it is all.
She doesn't seem angry or annoyed about it, just a little disappointed. Emmy laughs in response to Rin's comment.
Guess we should have stopped in that art supply store after all, huh?
The rain increases a little more, offended that we haven't fled yet. Despite the warm temperatures we've been enjoying, the rain is rather cold. I wish I'd brought my umbrella.
We should probably head inside to keep dry.
We're already pretty wet, Hasao.
Yeah, but we can dry off this way and maybe wait out the storm. You don't want to catch a cold or anything, do you?
Emmy considers this for a moment. I can tell that part of her wants to stay out in the rain just to spite the weather. Unfortunately for her, the weather hardly cares about what we do.
I suppose you're right. Where could we go?
I don't have an answer for her. The area is still pretty new to me. Though I guess I'm slowly getting used to the school itself, the surrounding town remains a mystery. All I know is the art supply store, and that's only because we just passed it. Fortunately, Emmy soon snaps her fingers in triumph.
That's it! There's a tea shop nearby! We could have some tea and dry out. No problem!
Can't find it. That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Great. You know where it is?
Emmy nods, looking fairly confident.
Sure do. I think. It'll be an adventure. It'll be an adventure either way, right?
Adventure, huh? Well, I suppose we could use a little adventure.
I think as long as we get out of the rain, I'll be happy. The picnic basket's a little lighter now, at least.
Lead on.
Ren and I follow Emmy as she weaves through the streets with something approaching confidence.
Now a left here. There! The Shanghai!
Emmy beams triumphantly as she points to the tea shop. Seems fairly crowded inside, a center with the sudden rain, I'm sure.
Welcome, can I?
I'm surprised to find out that our waitress is none other than Yuko. She sure looks the part in her uniform. It's hard to believe this is the same librarian from our school. Does she work 2 jobs? I guess that must be it.
Oh, it's you.
Yuko seems to know Emmy. Emmy grins brightly, pleased to be remembered.
Hey, Yuko!
Do I know you? You seem awfully familiar, but...
Was little lines were my mistake.
Hi, Yuko. I didn't know you worked here too.
Do I know you? You seem awfully familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen you in here.
We met at your other job? At the Yamaku Library? Remember?
Her eyes widen in memory.
Yeah, that's it. Nice to see you again. Oh no, this is bad. I should have remembered a customer's face. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Yuko goes from realization to panic in a split second, performing a series of high-speed bows, and narrowly avoid getting headbutted in the process.
Whoa, hey, calm down. Listen, I wasn't a customer when we first met. In fact, I hadn't ever been to Shanghai, so it's alright.
Not the best display of logic, but it seems to relax her a little.
Do you really think so?
Yeah, I'm sure. Positive. Isn't that right, girls?
Emmy's been watching this little drama unfold with considerable amusement.
Yep, sure is.
Well, okay.
So, Yuko, got room to seat us?
Yuko nods and leads us to a corner booth, providing us with some small towels before taking her order.
What will you have?
Cake! And some tea too, I guess.
What kind of cake?
Surprise me!
Yuko looks uncomfortable at the thought of surprising anyone, but she gives a nod and turns to Rin.
And for you?
I'll take a straw. My feet are all wet.
Sorry?
The drinking kind of straw. One, please.
Yuko is obviously uncertain what to think of this. She fiddles with a pen and stationery for a moment, looking like she's about to cry before turning in my direction.
And you, sir?
Just tea, I think.
Emmy would probably yell at me if I ordered cake.
Oh, come on, Hisao. Don't let me be the only one with food. I'll feel like a pig.
Swing and a miss.
Just trying to eat healthy. Your orders, after all.
Well, today is your day off. You can be healthy tomorrow.
Well then, I suppose I will have some cake after all.
Yuko seems slightly irritated that I'm changing my mind.
What kind?
I glance at Emmy and grin.
Surprise me.
Yuko sighs and nods.
Very well. Your order will be out soon.
Despite the crowd, our order does indeed arrive quickly.
Thanks, Yuko.
Yuko nods in appreciation.
This is a different guy than usual, isn't it?
What? Different guy? Emmy must notice my confusion, because she seems a little embarrassed.
What? Oh, yeah. I guess he is. This is my friend, Hisao.
We've met.
Huh. Small world. Well, let me know if you need anything.
With that, Yuko takes off like a shot away on some other tables, leaving me to ponder her comment. Different guy, huh? I guess it makes sense, right? Emmy's pretty popular, or so I've been told. Yeah, it's probably that kid from the track team. This is stupid, I can just ask Emmy.
So, who's this other guy, huh? You got a secret lover or something?
Emmy laughs again, only I get the feeling it's from nervousness as much as anything else.
It's just the track team captain. He likes coming down here after practice sometimes. So if we have anything to discuss, I tag along.
Sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Oh, I see.
I could let the matter drop, but I can't resist at least getting another dig in.
So it is a secret lover. I knew it.
Rin watches our play, seeming mildly amused before muttering something that I don't quite catch.
Yeah, anyway.
What?
Huh?
Rin jerks back from whatever her mind wandered off to.
What did you say?
Huh?
No, before that.
No idea.
Oh. Well... Okay.
I let the matter drop and I can't help but notice Emmy seems relieved that Rin interrupted the conversation. Maybe I went a little too far. Conversation dies down for a moment as Emmy and I busy ourselves with the cake. Mine is strawberry and surprisingly pretty good. Emmy seems to think so too as she suddenly reaches over with a fork and steals a bit.
Steve?
Pirate? There's a difference.
We're not on water.
Well, no, but there's a lot of water outside, so it still works, right? Besides, you can have some of mine. I think it's cranberry or something. I should have asked for strawberry. I like strawberries.
Feel free to help yourself to mine if you really must.
For some reason I can feel compelled to add...
Seeing as how you've already done it once and all.
Emmy sticks her tongue out at me, but that doesn't stop her from appropriating my cake. I try some of hers as well. It's raspberry and pretty good.
The rain's let up.
It would appear that Rin is correct. Good timing too. I finished my food and it looks like Emmy has as well.
Well, we'd better pay and get a move on before it starts raining again.
It takes a few minutes to get Yuko's attention, but we pay and get out pretty quickly.
So, do you want to return to the park?
My jaw nearly drops.
Are you kidding? It's probably going to rain again.
In fact, I think I just felt some raindrops.
You may be right. Well, okay. I'll let you off the hook this time, but you owe me a picnic now. Got it?
I don't know if she's addressing me, Rin, or both of us.
Fine, fine.
Now hurry up. I wanted to get some laps in at the track, and it would be nice to do it without the rain.
I thought this was your day off.
Well...
Emmy suddenly seems reluctant to explain herself.
I need the practice. And I need to burn off that cake anyway.
Why do I get the feeling that she's leaving something out?
Are you sure? It wasn't that much cake.
No, it wasn't that much cake for you. I ate most of it.
She's got a point there. Still, I feel like I should at least offer to run with her. What do you guys think?
Oh,
Oh.
Run with Emmy.
Run with Emmy? Run with Emmy. Sure, send it.
Yeah, run with it.
Yeah. Burn them calories off.
yeah.
If you ain't running with her, run from her.
Yes.
Hey, I'll run with you. Might as well, right?
Emmy shakes her head emphatically.
No, you won't, Hisao. Rest is critical for you, remember? I won't allow you to push yourself too hard.
I guess she's better at giving advice than taking it.
Whatever you say, Emmy.
I think it's probably best not to press the issue. As we approach the girls' dorm, it starts to rain again. Emmy's expression sours slightly.
Oh, man. Stupid rain.
Hey, it'll let up soon. You can go run again, right?
Emmy snorts, seemingly amused.
Like I'm not gonna run in the rain.
Well, you shouldn't. You could catch a cold.
Emmy waves her hand airily.
Ridiculous. I don't get colds. My immune system is far too strong for something like that.
I can't help but laugh.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow then, okay?
Yeah. Thanks for coming. Oh, and thanks for carrying the picnic basket. I'll bring it for lunch tomorrow. We can have our picnic on the roof.
Sounds good to me. See you then.
Emmy grabs the basket and shoots for the door. Rin gives me a sort of half nod and ambles in his side as well. Damn, it's wet out here. I need to get back into my room and into some dry clothes. I'm soon in front of my door, but I'm intercepted by the sudden appearance of Kenji, who appears to be carrying a sack of books. There we go.
Hey man, give me a hand, would you?
Huh?
The books are unceremoniously dumped into my arms as Kenji fumbles with his room key.
Thanks, you're a lifesaver. If you weren't around, I'd have to keep my door unlocked. And that's just begging for trouble. The perfect opportunity to set up an ambush, or maybe plant a bomb if they don't want to get their hands too dirty. Probably don't. Afraid of breaking a nail or something if they have to stab me. Women.
My mind thinks about digesting the verbal torrent that's just been unleashed, but elects to remain comfortably in the dark.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, where have you been, man? I could have used some help carrying these back from the library. I knocked on your door, but you weren't there.
Oh, sorry.
Not really. You seem to think I'm some kind of pack mule.
I was out with Emmy and Rin.
Kenji staggers back in shock. It looks like I had just shot his dog if he had one.
The limbless ladies? Again? What did you do this time?
Well, we wound up at the Shanghai.
I'm prevented by continuing from a sudden exclamation of despair.
The Shanghai? Why to Shanghai? No, man. You just can't go to the damn Shanghai. It's the most dangerous place in the city. A veritable stronghold of their best agents. I know. I've met them. They'll stop at nothing to lull you to a false insecurity, then BAM!
He hits his door for emphasis.
Wallet's gone. Bus pass gone. Identity fucking gone, man. Promise me you won't go there again.
He seems so vehemently opposed to the idea of the Shanghai that I'm willing to lie a little in order to get to my room.
Sure, I won't go there again.
Or at least I won't ever tell you I've gone there again. This seems to mollify my bespectacled pain in my ass.
Good. Sorry to come on so strong, but I know the danger there too well to let you just wander into the lion's den again. You got out of there alive once, but twice is pushing it.
Yeah, well, I need to get changed and do homework, so I'll see you later.
Huh? Oh, sure, whatever.
I suddenly remember that I'm still holding his books.
You'd better take these.
I catch a glimpse of one of the titles, something about cryptography. What a weird fuck. Kenji grabs his precious cargo from me and disappears through his doorway. I open my door and walk in, grateful to get out of my soaking wet clothes. The run outside picks up, and I find myself hoping that maybe he's not out running in this weather. She seems so adamant about doing the run alone, I can't help but wonder if her leg's still bothering her. I try to remember whether or not I'd seen her limping at all today, but I can't. I guess I was too caught up in enjoying the day, even if it did rain on us. And as I think back over the events of today, I keep finding myself focusing on my running partner. Her complete refusal to allow the rain to spoil her plans was, incredibly cute. But there was something else there, too. Sort of an unflappable attitude when it comes to enjoying the day as it comes. I really like that quality. Maybe I need to do a little of that myself. So yeah, sorry for those of you irritated we're going off script so much, but this is the ad-lib route. Deciding it now. The sound of my alarm brings me out of a dream involving pirates, wenches, mead, and some other stuff I can't really remember. I'm a little bleary-eyed, and it feels like it takes me longer than usual to get dressed and down to the track. A glance at my watch reveals that I was right, and I am, in fact, running a little late. The thing is, there's no Emmy. That's odd she should be here. She definitely should be here. I mean, I was late. I guess I wasn't the only one who had trouble getting up this morning. The thought crosses my mind that it never quite stopped raining yesterday. Did she go running anyway? It seems likely. I miss a lot of things, but cautious isn't one of them. She probably figured the rain wouldn't stop, and that's why she was so adamant about running alone. Still, I would have gladly run with her, even if it was in the rain. Hell, if anything, I would have been able to convince her to come in once it got really bad. That would be why she didn't want me along, of course. Even so, I can't help wanting to know where she is. Well, nothing for it. I better stretch and run and hope everything shows up with a grin and an excuse. On my cooldown lap, I'm forced to admit that Emmy isn't showing up. Furthermore, I have no idea where she is. Anxiety gnaws at me while I'm, at the same time, wondering just why I'm so worried over her. The run helped to take my mind off of her a little while, but now that I'm finished, I'm back to worrying. It was weird not having her here. Downright unnerving. It suddenly dawns on me that I've been running to hang out with Emmy as much as I've been running to stay healthy. Probably more to be with Emmy now that I think of it. It's one of those things that are completely obvious, yet somehow I never realized it. She really is someone I enjoy being with. As revelations go, this is hardly world-shaking. All the same, I find myself feeling slightly shocked. When did this happen? Well, no time to think about this. Though I want to ponder this new development, I have a greater desire to find out what's happened to Emmy. I'll ask the nurse when I stop in to see him.
Well, you seem to be in good shape, Hisao.
That's good to hear.
I replace my shirt and stand to leave as usual. Except instead of leaving, I ask a question.
Hey, where's Emmy? She didn't show up this morning. Is she okay?
While I try violently to conceal the anxiety in my voice, the nurse's expression suggests that I failed miserably.
You mean she didn't tell you? She's sick in bed.
What? Sick?
The nurse shrugs.
Yeah, she came to my office early this morning with a fever. To be honest, I'm surprised she made it here. She was burning up when she arrived. I believe she'd planned to let you know, but she asked me to tell you. Oh, shit.
The nurse gives me a sheepish smile that seems at least partially sincere.
I told her I'd stop by the track to let you know in case she forgot to. Sorry about that. But we don't need to tell Emmy I forgot, right?
I return the nurse a smile with a devious one of my own.
Oh, of course not. This is fine blackmail material. I'll save it for whenever I need a favor from you.
The nurse laughs.
Well, I guess I deserve that. But you know, I've got tons of blackmail on you that you're not even aware of. So don't push your luck, okay?
My expression earns another laugh from the nurse.
I'm just kidding, Hisao. But seriously, don't tell Emmy I forgot, okay?
Your secret's safe with me.
Oh, good. Now go on, get out of here.
Wait, I've got one more question.
Shoot.
Is she gonna be okay?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Her fever was high, but it was already starting to go down by the time she came by my office. I'll probably check up on her again at lunch to be sure, but I expect she'll be up and about by the evening no matter what I tell her.
Maybe I should visit her after class.
It takes me a second to realize I've spoken aloud. The nurse raises an eyebrow and gives me a searching glance for a moment.
Well, might not be a bad idea. You could let me know if she'd taken a turn for the worse, I guess. But no funny business, you got it? I know what meds you're on, after all.
I think that's a threat against my life, but I'm not sure. Either way, I assure the nurse that my intentions are chaste and exit the office. Interesting that the nurse sees me as some sort of potential suitor to Emmy. Even more interesting is how pleased that makes me feel. I need a shower. The lunch bell rings and I find myself disinclined to make my way up to the roof. After all, I'm betting Rin knows where Emmy is, and if that's the case, then I doubt she'd bother going up there. More to the point, I doubt we'd have any sort of scintillating conversation if she did. Just so she'd prefer to be alone up there anyway, so I don't accidentally ruin her train of thought or something. Unfortunately, I don't really feel like heading to the cafeteria either. Guess I'll go to the library instead. I need a new book to read anyway, having finished my other one yesterday before bed. Maybe I can find one by the same author. I love libraries. They smell like dust and paper and ink. All these stories and facts and opinions crowded together in one place makes the air come alive with potential. I'm not sure how to navigate Yamako's library yet, having mostly stuck to books I brought with me, but... So I search for the librarian to ask for help. I suppose she's not around. Bad timing. Shit, where is it? No. God. There it is, Christ. Let's try this again. Suppose it's not a rat.
What? I can't believe it.
Yuko, looking rather distracted, suddenly emerges from one of the aisles.
Excuse me.
Oh, can I help you?
Actually, I was looking for a book.
So am I. Advanced Cryptography. We just got it in and now it's gone missing. I really, really wanted to read that one.
Cryptography?
Yeah, that is, this guy I knew. No, not sure how to describe it.
Skip to the end.
He got me interested in cryptography, only now the book's gone and I think it's been stolen.
That's pretty terrible.
Yeah, especially because now I have to search the whole library for it, even though it's probably not even here.
You seem busy.
A little.
She dashes off down another aisle, and I resign myself to finding my own damn book. Plenty of choices. Oh, come on, how did I get lost? These aren't even printed books, they're all in Braille. I guess it makes sense at a school like this, but honestly, it's a little annoying.
I'm sorry, is someone there?
A lilting voice drifts out from behind one of the cubicles set up for research. As I approach, I see that Lily's been reading a book while I've been stomping about the aisles.
Oh no, I should be apologizing. I didn't mean to make so much noise.
My, is that you, Hisao? I've not heard from you in quite some time. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten all about me.
Sorry.
Lily laughs in that refined manner of hers and shakes her head.
I'm only teasing you, Hisao. From what I've heard, you've been busy. Morning runs with Emi Ibarazaki and lunch on the rooftop, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Guess word gets around pretty quickly.
That and I can't coax poor Hanako onto the roof anymore. You three are always up there claiming the spot for yourselves.
She chides me gently, though it's pretty clear she's just teasing me again. Still, I feel an odd need to apologize.
Oh no, I
Sorry,
wouldn't worry about.
we could eat lunch somewhere else if it's a real problem.
Oh no, I wouldn't worry about it. Hanako and I have some other things to do at lunch too, such as reading the library, as you can see.
Oh, Hanako's here too? I didn't see her.
Lily smiles a bit enigmatically.
Oh, she's around some way. But I'm surprised, Hisao. You're in here instead of up there. What brings you to the library?
Well, Emmy's ill, so there's no lunch on the rooftop to keep me occupied.
Lily raises an eyebrow at my statement before giving another chuckle.
My, poor Dean must feel left out.
It's not like that.
Ah, but I'm sure it isn't. Emmy tends to be the life of whatever group she's in. It's a shame to hear she's fallen ill. Will she be okay?
Somehow I get the feeling that Lily's just inquiring out of politeness, but I respond anyway.
The nurse thinks so. I'm going to swing by and see how she's doing after school myself.
Another raised eyebrow.
My, what a noble gentleman you are, Hisao.
It's nothing, really. Just checking up on my friend, after all.
Ah, so just friends, is it? How disappointing.
I blush, glad that Lily can't see it. But somehow she knows that I'm flustered by her comment anyway and laughs.
I'm sorry, Hisao. I'm teasing you again. Please do tell Amy that I hope she feels better, won't you?
A glance at my watch reveals that I'm very nearly out of time to find my book.
Of course. Hey, I've got to find a book before lunch is over, so I'd better get moving. See you later.
That was probably not the best phrase to use. Lily, however, takes my gaffe in stride.
Well, until we meet again, Hisao.
I never do find the book I was looking for, but I walk out with something else instead. My stomach growls slightly, letting me know that I should have had something for lunch. Oh well, I'll grab something before I visit Emmy later. It seems as if time has decided to slow down for the express purpose of annoying the hell out of me. Class feels like it drags on for ages. I suspect that my being consumed with worry probably has something to do with it. Blessedly, the bell rings and I dash out of class, drawing a few raised eyebrows, I'm sure. I've spent the majority of today fretting as unobtrusively as I could. Even though the nurse thinks that Emmy is perfectly okay, I want to say for myself. It doesn't take long to get into the girls' dorm and make my way to Emmy's room. Standing outside my door, I suddenly pause. What if she's resting? I'd hate to wake her up, especially if she's feeling ill. Then again, if she sleeps all day, then it could throw off her sleep schedule. But rest is important if you're ill, isn't it? I can't decide what to do, so I settle for standing outside the door looking like a dumbass. Then I hear Emmy's voice from behind the door.
Thanks for your concern, but I really am okay.
Is she talking to me?
I'll see you at practice tomorrow.
Guess not. Still, she's clearly not asleep, so I can knock without worry. So this clenched feeling in my gut. I wasn't nervous about dropping by the other day, so why today? Granted, I still haven't really had time to figure out this newfound interest in Emmy's well-being. I don't have a lot of experience in the matter, of course, but certainly this seems to go beyond feelings of mere friendship. But could I take that step? Could I even bring myself to risk what I have right now? I mean, it's enough to be friends with her, isn't it? Either way, shouldn't I just open the door and see how she's doing? That's why I came here, right? What if she's not dressed yet? The image that flashes through my mind causes my heart to skip a beat, literally. I should probably not ever think those thoughts again, not if I want to avoid a heart attack. I suddenly realize I'm still standing in the hallway looking like a complete dumbass. Emmy still seems to be in the middle of a conversation, but I knock anyway. Hopefully she won't mind the interruption.
You worry too much. Oh, come in! The door is unlocked.
So it is. I open the door and step in, which is about where my thought process comes to a grinding halt. Emmy is sitting up in her bed, her hair tousled from a day spent asleep. I think this is the first time I've seen her without those familiar beads in her hair. Her gym shirt and bloomer is obviously hastily pulled on before I came in, or creased and folded from less than proper storage. Her legs lay bare on the sheets. I've never seen Emmy without her prosthetics before, yet here she is, slender legs terminating in stumps just below her knees. But as awesome as the sight is, I find myself more captivated by everything north of the waist. It seems that Emmy had finished her conversation with whoever was on the phone with her and is now watching my reaction closely out of her one open eye as she wipes sleep from the other. Her expression, far from being embarrassed, is rather one of a surprisingly wide yawn. One perhaps appropriate for such a small mouth. A grin that for a brief moment seems almost flirtatious tugs at the corner of her mouth as she takes in the sight of me. I could do nothing but remain in a state of fluctuating between fear, confusion, and not a little bit of lust. Emmy hastily sweeps her hair out of her eyes, fixing it back into place before addressing me.
You seem a bit caught off guard, Hisao.
A wave of laughter erupts from her, and I find myself grinning and rubbing the back of my head ruefully.
Sorry, I've just...
Never seen someone look so disheveled, look so attractive. Never seen you without your legs on. Never seen you look so...
sorry.
Emmy giggles and moves to sit up and a little straighter. I'm caught up in the movements of her shirt, very nearly losing myself.
I was wondering what your reaction would be. The nurse called and told me you were going to drop by, you see. And I know you haven't seen me, well, you know, without legs.
I respond in a tone of casual surprise.
Oh, you don't have them on. I didn't notice.
This is almost the truth. I very nearly didn't. I'm not trying to be suave or anything, mind you. Somehow I think Jimmy would get offended by that. Instead, she sticks her tongue out at me and chucks a pillow at my head.
Ass.
I deftly catch the pillow and take careful aim before throwing. Emmy laughs and rolls to one side, dodging my shot. The shifting of her shirt distracted me enough so that the next thrown pillow hits me right between the eyes. I retaliate, of course. And once I've retaliated twice, well, the war was bound to break out sooner or later. And really, when Emmy appears with far better aim than me, well, it was just a matter of time before I'd have to resort to a suicidal charge.
Gotcha.
And once the charge was accomplished, well, of course, I'd have to wrestle the pillows away from her. And with that kind of struggle, of course, we'd wind up in this position. And so I found myself staring down at her from my position atop her. She's grinning, eyes sparkling with amusement, maybe a little sweaty now from our tussle. Her chest is heaving up and down. Her chest is heaving up and down, sucking in air. The small bit of my brain that's not currently enraptured by the sight and smell of her observes that she must still be ill because her stamina is not what it should be. We stayed that way for a while. I'm not sure how long because everything seems to go fuzzy. Everything that isn't her, anyway. Her eyes meet mine, and deep inside them I almost catch a glimpse of... what? Fear? Longing? Hope?
Emmy?
A cough suddenly convulses her, and I'm almost stumbling in my haste to get off to apologize for everything.
Sorry, I shouldn't have.
It's fine, it's fine.
She gives me a reassuring pat on the shoulder.
So, what brings you here?
She's still breathing hard, and that causes her voice to shake slightly.
Well, before I was so rudely assaulted by pillows, I came to see how you were doing.
This earns me another shove, and I very nearly fall off her bed. Emmy's eyes sparkle again, and I wonder how I've never noticed how attractive they are before.
Consumed with worry, were you?
Her tone is mocking, haughty, teasing. She throws her arm across her forehead dramatically, grins still apparent from underneath.
Couldn't bear the thought of me laying deathly ill.
As we both recover from our brief wrestling match, Emmy appears to fall back on teasing me.
Well, I wouldn't say consumed with worry, but after you didn't show up this morning like a total wuss...
Emmy pouts, crossing her arms petulantly and sticking her lower lip out.
It's not my fault. Nurse wouldn't allow it.
Sure he wouldn't. I completely believe you.
Emmy sticks her tongue out again.
You're such a jerk, Hisao.
So, how was your day then, eh? Did you enjoy slacking off?
Not really. The phone woke me up pretty early on.
The phone?
Yeah, the captain of the team called to make sure I was doing okay. Also to let me know it was okay to skip practice.
Good, at least she wasn't alone all day. Someone checked up on her. Although I can't help but think that it should have been me.
Oh. That's good. He really keeps an eye on you, huh?
Emmy shrugs.
It's his job. Part of being the captain means you know where your team members are when they're not in school. Still, I guess it was nice of him to call, huh?
Yep, sure was.
Emmy yawns and shimmies down to a more comfortable position.
So, how's your day?
Kind of uneventful, you know? Went ahead and ran by myself and talked with the nurse about how you were doing.
I meander through the day's events, none of which are particularly engrossing. That's when I'm distracted by an arm finding its way across my waist. It seems Enemy fell asleep while I was talking, so I draw her blanket to cover us. She's rolled over onto her side, and now one leg is thrown over my legs, effectively trapping me.
Hey.
Seems a shame to wake her, but I have things to do. I gently shake her, but in response, she only tightens her arm's grip on me and sighs a little. My resistance to this position crumbles rather quickly. The feeling of her body breathing steadily is both calming and incredibly stimulating at the same time. My breathing can't decide if it wants to relax or speed up. Relaxation wins, and I find myself putting an arm around Emmy.
I think I'm in love.
The words slip out and hang in the air unnoticed. At least I hope they've gone unnoticed. Emmy whispers weakly through her dream, and her grip suddenly tightens again. For the first time since I've known her, I see tears running down Emmy's face. Feels like my heart's about to break. I instinctively tighten my own grip and stroke her hair in what I hope is a soothing manner. Words of comfort, meaningless in this situation, spring to mind. Maybe I should wake her. Are you supposed to wake people having nightmares? I can't for the life of me remember. The decision is taken from me as Emmy suddenly jerks awake with a cry.
Dad!
That is more than I think I want to hear her without her knowing. I quickly sit upright and gently shake her shoulder to stir her.
Hey, are you okay?
What a silly question.
Huh? What? Hisao?
She shakes her head as if to clear it and quickly wipes her eyes.
You had a nightmare, I think.
Emmy shudders again and glances up at me a little cautiously as if unsure whether or not she's actually up.
Yeah, I guess so.
You want to talk about it?
Huh?
A speedy internal debate seems to be going on in her head, which resolves itself with a shrug.
Nah, I don't really... I don't really remember much of it.
I'm pretty sure she's lying to me, but somehow I don't think I should press the issue. Emmy shudders again and turns toward me, looking a little sheepish.
Sorry for falling asleep on you like that.
I keep my voice as soothing as I can.
Hey, don't worry about it. You've been ill.
Yeah, I guess that cold medicine just made me a little drowsy.
I guess so.
Emmy does not strike me as the sort of person who'd fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Rin, maybe, but Emmy's far too energetic. Emmy gives a half smile at my response, and then just like that, she's back to her old self.
Well, prepare yourself for tomorrow morning, Hasal. We'll have to go twice as hard to make up for today.
I went running this morning.
No excuse.
Fine. I'll be ready for you.
Emmy nods, satisfied.
Good.
I take this as my cue to exit.
Well, I'd better get going, especially if I want to get enough sleep for tomorrow.
I hop off the bed and head for the door.
Hey, Hasal?
I pivot neatly on my heel and face Emmy. She opens her mouth to say something, but then another first. I see her falter slightly. She closes her mouth and opens it again.
Thanks. For dropping by, I mean. You're kind of the first visitor I had who wasn't Rin.
No, that's surprising. I would figure that Emmy'd have people dropping by all the time. She's certainly popular enough for her, so I thought. Always talking to people in the hallways. Emmy hesitates again.
And thanks for staying around after well...
A look of pain flits across her face.
You know. It helped.
She brightens back up and waves cheerily at me.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. See you later.
I'm just about to exit the door when something makes me turn around again.
Hey, Emmy? Anytime you need to talk, let me know, okay?
Emmy seems taken aback by this offer. Her grin gets even wider.
Sure thing, Hasal. See you in the morning.
I exit Emmy's room with my head in a whirl. Should I have even left? Was she really okay? I want to turn around and march back down the hallway, open the door, and tell her... Tell her I love her. Tell her I think she's beautiful. Tell her that I'll be there when she needs me. I want to stay with her. To hold her close as she falls back to sleep. How many nights has she woken up like that? Well, then I find that nobody's there. I want to be the person she can be with when that happens. It's a silly thought, I know. We don't know each other that well, do we? The whole idea, while exhilarating, also makes me feel worry. Worry perhaps that I'd overstep my bounds. And now to add to my troubles, it seems as if Emmy herself already has an interest in someone else. The track captain of hers who seems so interested in her well-being. True, I've only seen the two of them together a few times, but that doesn't change the fact that they seem better suited to one another. There's really nothing to be done about that. I need to take my mind off this whole situation. I've got homework to do. Maybe that'll distract me.
I need to go for a little idle break.
Alright. Guess we're calling another break then.
Yeah, I need to take one too. Thank you.
Alright, so, if it makes you feel any better, Act 2 in this particular round is like twice as long as the other two rounds put together, so once we finish this act, we're halfway through the entire round, so... Yeah, just, steel yourselves, I guess. Don't worry about it. Anyways, break time again. We'll be back, whenever these two are back. Please bear with us. And we're back again, pardon the break again. This is how it goes in these endurance type streams, you know. You gotta get up, stretch out, attend our idle meetings, so that. You're all live again, by the way.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Just making sure. Also, by complete coincidence, Callie's Fugi's working again.
Yay!
Not completely frozen, just actually works like it's supposed to. Anyways.
I'm better.
Yep.
Was it broken?
Yeah, it was basically freezing on either talking or not talking, but now it's working properly. Anyways, back at it. A night of restlessness has left me feeling groggy this morning. The events of the previous day keep trending on my mind. The memory of how Emmy felt against me. The memory of our wrestling match. And most bothersome, the memory of her nightmare. She was in so much pain. I can't stop wondering what it must be like for her to wake up with nobody there. The shower shocks you awake with hot water. Awake, but still worried. What'll happen today? Will things just go back to normal? End of the episode, back to the status quo? There was a connection yesterday, something that nearly pushed us back past the boundaries of normal friendship. Would that have been so bad? My mind goes back to the look in Emmy's eyes after a pillow fight. It almost seemed like she was daring me to go on. Almost. But I can't know for sure. Anyway, the track captain's probably first in her affections. But even if I say that, my mind's already snorting derisively. I'm just looking for an excuse. A reason for everything to go wrong. A reason not to try. It's not as if I've even seen the two of them together as a track practice. And clearly, he's never visited. Emmy said as much herself. If they were close, surely he'd visit. I'm such a fucking wuss. Damn it. I'll just go for it anyway. Damn the consequences. That's what Emmy would do. Hell, I know that's what Emmy would do. Which is partially why I'm convinced there's no interest on her end. She hasn't acted either. Maybe because of this track captain. It's possible she's got a bit of an unrequited crush thing going on. But I'll be able to clarify the relationship. Sure as hell isn't Emmy. She'll probably just laugh and ask why I wanted to know, and I'm not ready to answer that yet. Rin would probably just give me some cryptic bullshit or something. And then, with my luck, she'd just ask Emmy, who would ask me why I wanted to know, and I've already covered that problem. I wonder... Can I get away with asking the nurse? He seems pretty protective of Emmy. I'm sure he'd know if something was up. And he owes me for not letting Emmy know he forgot to tell me about her being ill, so he'll keep quiet. What if he asks me why I want to know, though? I can shake him off, just say I'm curious as a friend. He'll buy that, won't he? Of course. That's settled then. After the run, I'll talk to him while Emmy's waiting outside the office. There's no sign of Emmy when I arrive at the track. Is she still too ill? I just had to give her 10 minutes. I'm a little early, and she was ill yesterday, so if she takes a while to show up, it shouldn't be surprising. Still, I'd hate to just waste my time, so I occupy myself by stretching and pacing back and forth anxiously. What if I went too far yesterday? What if she doesn't come because she's embarrassed? What if...
You're early again, Hisao? I'm impressed.
Just like that, I feel some of the tension leaving my body. Emmy seems to be bright and cheerful as usual, with no signs that she was even ill the other day, much less had a less than restful sleep. Still, I have to ask.
Sleep well last night?
It's just a throwaway question. Small talk. The sort of thing people ask someone they bump into the cafe while getting their morning coffee. But not for us. At least, not for me. I don't know if Emmy realizes that I'm actually concerned about how well she slept last night, but the question does give her pause. After a short moment of what seems like her genuinely pondering this, she nods.
Yep, sure did.
Was it because of me? Did I actually help? Or are you just saying that to get me to stop asking questions?
Good to hear.
Emmy grins and begins warming up.
So, ready to begin?
Am I ready? Of course I'm ready. I was born ready.
Emmy laughs at my bravado when we take off running. I kept a steady pace the whole time, breathing steadily. I still feel dead at the end, but at least I don't gouge like a fish out of water now. Emmy's positively beefing after the run today.
Nice job, Sao. You're improving. You'll be half as fast as me in no time.
The last line is delivered with a teasing grin that I've grown all too used to.
Oh, how exciting.
Emmy begins to run her sprints while I take a cooldown lap. She's really pushing herself today. By the time I'm done with my lap, she's laying across one of the bleachers looking exhausted.
Goodness. Not pushing it a little too much today, are you? You didn't just have a cold, you'll recall.
Emmy gives an annoyed snort and sits up.
I'm just trying to make up for lost time, that's all. I went twice as hard today, you know. A good run always gets the kinks out, you know? Clears the mind, too.
Oh?
Emmy nods vigorously.
Yep, it's a great outlet for that sort of thing.
She does not explain further, and I don't ask. I suspect I know the real reason she went so hard today. Being sick had nothing to do with it. Something's bothering her. Maybe the nightmare, maybe something else. But it's not my place to pry. She'd tell me if she wanted to know.
I'm sure that comes in handy.
You have no idea.
The sincerity in her voice confirms my suspicion. The only problem is, even though I know she'd tell me if she wanted me to know, I still want to know.
Something on your mind, then?
Emmy doesn't seem surprised by my question. Instead, she shrugs.
Nah, it's nothing worth getting worried about.
She seems as if she's trying to convince herself as much as she's convincing me. I'm about to ask if yesterday was responsible for her current state of mind, but I think better of it. Too much risk of her taking the question the wrong way. Besides, I'm not even sure myself what to think about yesterday. Really, I can only get about as far as how it felt to have me sleeping next to me before my brain shuts down. Having her before me now, covered in sweat and looking wryly at me, she's making it difficult to think.
Yeah, I hear you.
We better hurry to see the nurse. We're running short on time.
Aren't we always?
Emmy laughs at this, a dry chuckle that seems most un-Emmy-like.
Too true.
For a brief moment, she looks old, worn down by some old hurt. But just like yesterday, I can almost see her shouldering the burden and straightening up slightly. And then she's back to being Emmy again.
Come on, Hisao. Brace ya.
With a sudden smile, she darts off.
Hey, no fair.
I take off after her, knowing I won't catch her, but not caring. Even if there's no chance of catching her, I'll still run after her. Emmy's waiting for me at the door as I arrive.
Well, well, look who's finally shown up.
Yeah. Enjoy your victory while you can.
Emmy grins as the nurse pokes his head out of the door.
Well, there you are. Come on in, Hisao.
It must become a familiar routine by now. He checks my blood pressure and my heart rate.
A bit fast today, isn't it?
Yeah, I kind of raced Emmy here.
The nurse laughs.
That's never a good idea.
He leans in to whisper to me in a conspiratory manner.
I don't know if you've heard, but Emmy's a bit of a track star.
I reel back in mock surprise.
Oh, really? She never mentioned it before.
The two of us share a laugh.
Did she do okay today? Cold seemed to bother her.
Why don't you ask her?
He rolls his eyes in exasperation.
Of course I'm going to ask her to, but she'll tell me that she didn't have any problems, regardless of whether she did or not. So I'm asking you, because you're her friend, and would probably tell me if she had trouble today.
When he puts it that way, it makes a lot more sense.
Seemed pretty good today, if a little more tired than usual. She's already feeling better when I dropped by yesterday, so I'm not that surprised.
The nurse nods, though I notice he tenses slightly when I mention yesterday's visit.
Well, that's good to hear. I figured it was just a 24-hour thing. Emmy tends to recover quickly from colds and the like.
Hey, speaking of Emmy, are she and the track captain, well, you know.
A look of suspicion crosses his face.
Why do you ask?
Well, it's just that they seem kind of close, and I was just curious, you know? And I'd never ask her because that'd be kind of embarrassing.
So far, so good. Now to really sell it.
Besides, I think they'd make a cute couple.
The nurse laughs.
Well, I don't suppose you're the first to think that. But I think I can say with some certainty that the two of them will never do anything like that.
Certainty?
Yep. Not that I could tell you, of course. Confidentiality and all that.
Yeah, right. You just like holding a secret over my head.
That too. Right. Get out of here. I'm a busy man, you know.
I roll my eyes at his last statement and head out to the door, motioning Emmy to go in. The whole time I'm trying to keep him doing a celebratory dance. The two of them will never do anything like that. That's precisely the sort of thing I wanted to hear. I'm not tempted to make some sort of a move on Emmy right now, but I think the nurse would probably disapprove. Besides, I still don't know exactly how Emmy feels about me. I mean, it's obvious she cares about me as a friend, but something more than that, I can't be certain. Even so, I can't help but feel hopeful. I just need to figure out a good time to tell Emmy exactly how I feel. That puzzle should keep me occupied for the rest of the day, at least. The rooftop is completely deserted. Normally I can count on Rin to be up here before me, but she's strangely absent. I wonder if she decided to accompany Emmy to the cafeteria for once. That seems pretty unlikely, but it's all I can think of right now. Part of me wants to go look for Rin, but a far larger part of me is too pleased with the way the sun feels on my skin to care. I pick out a leg at my lunch while I wait for Emmy and Rin to show up. It does not take long for me to hear the sounds of someone coming up the stairs. I wait until the door begins to open before talking.
You long enough? Keeping me waiting for you? Honestly. The two of you are... Huh?
Well, that's odd. The only person standing in the doorway is Emmy, who looks mildly confused.
What do you mean, huh? It's me. You know, Emmy. We run in the mornings.
She grins and I feel my heart jump slightly in my chest at the sight.
Yeah, I knew that. I'm just confused. Where's Rin?
Emmy's grin is replaced by a rather guilty-looking expression.
Yeah, about that. I kind of, sort of, I gave her my cold.
Oh dear. Am I at risk too?
It would make sense after all. Emmy and I were in close contact the other day. So what did she and Rin do that got her ill? Steady on all that, don't go down that road. Rin's probably just got a worse immune system than me. Emmy seemed shocked by my comment, like she hadn't considered that before.
I hope not. Oh, Oh, I'll feel terrible if you get ill because of me, Hisao.
Oh man, I think I feel a fever coming on.
Emi looks horrified, then quickly shifts into a more angry expression.
Hisao! You stop getting sick this instant. I won't have it.
Impulsively, she seizes me by the collar.
Are you listening to me, Hisao's immune system? You get your ass in gear.
I give a smart salute.
Duly noted, ma'am.
Emi steps back and nods, satisfied.
Good. You're not allowed to miss any of our morning runs, after all.
But you missed a morning run.
Emi crosses her arms and looks at me haughtily.
Well, yes, but that's a special case. It was me, not you.
That's not an explanation at all.
Emi looks flabbergasted.
You're kidding, right? That explanation makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't. It's like a blatant double standard.
Oh, I don't see what it has to do with anything.
Oh, fine.
Emi seems pleased by her victory.
Anyway, is Rin going to be okay? She's not terribly ill, right?
Emi shakes her head.
Nope, she'll be fine. I got her some cold medicine that should help. Although I probably should have made sure she didn't try to take them all at once. She's done it before, you know.
Somehow I don't find this at all surprising. I doubt Rin's one to pay attention to maximum dosages and such.
You should probably check in on her later then, just to make sure.
Emi shrugs.
I'll stop by after practice, but she'll be fine until then.
I nod, figuring that line of conversation is over. The only problem is I don't know what else to talk about.
So, you got any more track meetups coming up?
This was a terribly roundabout way of trying to see if she's free on the weekend. If she's free, then maybe I can ask her on a date or something. Well, assuming I can get myself to actually form the damn words. Emi shakes her head.
Nah, not for another couple of weeks, I think. The season's winding down.
Oh yeah, I came right in the middle of things, didn't I? Does that mean exams are coming up soon? I should probably look into that.
What do you do on the weekends if there's not a meet?
An eyebrow goes up and Emi gets a teasing look on her face.
Well, you're awfully inquisitive today, aren't you?
I shrug and hope it looks casual.
Just making conversation. I don't know what it's like to be a track star after all.
Flattery.
She waves a hand idly.
I'm not actually that good, you know. You just so happen to see me on a good day, that's all.
You liar.
Yeah. But humility is the good sign of a... The humility is the sign of a good athlete. Well, at least that's what my dad used to say.
She shrugs and tries unsuccessfully to hide the rather troubled expression her face has taken on.
Hey, what's up? You seem bothered by something.
Emi starts to die, then sighs in defeat. I wonder if she's too tired from being sick to get herself to deny it like usual. Or if she actually trusts me enough at this point to open up.
Well, you remember last night?
Do I ever? I settle for nodding, though.
Well, that's not the first time that's happened to me. Actually, I get them kind of...
She pauses if it suddenly occurred to her what she's doing. It's almost like she's breaking some sort of personal rule here. But she starts up again, choosing her words carefully.
Well, not often, but, on occasion. It's just been one of those weeks where that's what happens.
A sigh escapes her and she looks terribly frustrated. I reach over and give her a hug, which, unlike last time, doesn't seem to shock her. Instead, she seems to relax as I put my arms all wrapped around her. We stay that way for a while.
Hey, you know I was serious last night. You really can talk to me if stuff like this is bothering you. It's always difficult to do this sort of thing solo, you know?
Emmy smiles and breaks the embrace, but stays leaning on my shoulder.
Thanks, Hisao. I'll be fine, I think.
I can already see her reassembling herself, getting ready to bottle it all up again. Guess that topic's closed now.
So, hey, given any more thought to that career survey?
Can't say I have. I don't tend to plan very far ahead, you know. Although I suppose I could at least start looking into college, huh?
I shrug.
I suppose. Unless you were serious about that pirate thing. Last I checked, pirates didn't have much need for universities. Unless there's like a pirate university out there somewhere.
Emmy giggles and starts to look a little like her old self, but there's a new element to her expression. Impish, that's how I'd describe it. Emmy looks impish, looking up at me with her head nestled in my shoulder.
Would you come with me if I ran off to be a pirate?
Of course I would. Who in their right mind would pass up the opportunity to be pirates with you?
Well, when you put it that way, I'm not sure.
She giggles again. I notice that my heart seems to have sped up. It's probably due to Emmy's proximity to me. That hint of strawberries again. I can't help but grin as I gaze down at her. She's happy again.
Hey, Hisao?
Hmm?
Well, if you're gonna kiss me, you should probably do it soon. I think the lunch bell's about to ring.
My thoughts grind to a sudden halt. I'm pretty sure my mouth is hanging open in shock. All I can manage is a strangled, huh? This amuses me even more.
You were thinking about it, weren't you?
She sits up, bringing her face level with mine.
I'd probably enjoy it, you know? You're really... well...
She briefly composes herself, looking like she's about to say something important.
If you hadn't figured it out by now, I think I've developed a bit of a crush on you. You're gonna have to do something about that.
This time her grin short-circuits several important thought processes. At some point I turned toward her, and at another point her arms moved around my neck. At yet another, my arms wrapped around her waist. I'll be damned if I can tell precisely when that happened. Because in the moment there's only a voice in the back of my head yelling at me to kiss her. I look in Amy's eyes. There it is. The thing I saw yesterday on the bed. It's there again. It suddenly strikes me that she's worried that I'll reject her. Bullshit.
Pachi, 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 pachi.
Shoo. Kiss, kiss.
Her lips taste faintly of strawberries. She leans into the kiss and her arms tighten around the back of my head, making sure that I don't pull away. Not that there was any danger of that. There's a churning feeling in my gut. The world falls away. There's just me and her and this bench. My arms tighten, drawing her waist closer, entranced by the feel of her. I inhale her scent, my mind trying desperately to memorize everything about how she tastes, how she smells, how she feels. The ring at the bell snaps us both back to reality and we break the kiss. Emmy's cheeks are slightly flushed and she seems to be catching her breath. In her defense, so am I. We stand there for a few moments trying to wrap our heads around what we've just done. Emmy is the first to break the silence.
So... Want to grab dinner after I'm done with practice?
What a coincidence. I was about to ask you the same thing.
Well, actually, I suppose it was going to be some kind of proper date on the weekend, or something, but the thought was there, I think. Abby gives me a playful shove.
Yeah, right. You're still in shock from how incredibly awesome I am at kissing.
We begin to head down the stairs back to our respective classrooms.
Hey, I didn't see you talking immediately afterwards either.
That I didn't. See you after practice, Hisao.
She leans in quickly and gives me a quick kiss in the middle of the hallway, sending me into another brief state of mental freefall. As I head into my classroom, a giggling Misha greets me. Should probably have prepared for that a little better.
Why, He-chan, you romantic you. Did you confess on the rooftop? Did you?
Actually, I think it was the other way around.
This sends Misha into a fit of laughter.
Young love is so unpredictable, isn't it?
This being Misha, I should have expected her to tease me over this.
I guess?
Before I can really respond, Muto's into the room and Misha skips off to her seat, giggling all the while. I suspect that I'll get a lot of that sort of conversation now, especially seeing as how Amy kissed me right in the middle of the damn hall. But I don't give a shit about that. For the first time since arriving here, my heart feels light.